All right, what's up, everybody? So I had a little issue with the mic there, and I'm gonna wait for some feedback in the chat here to see if there's a lot of outside noise and what's going on, just to make sure everything's going good. Today, we're going to be building a hackathon registration website. So I actually have a hackathon coming up sometime in October. We haven't set the official dates yet, and I actually got a suggestion in the Discord server that I should build at least have some kind of confirmation when people register. So I figured I would just build a website around it. Before we're just using Google Forms. So this stream, I have no idea how long it's going to be. I really have nothing prepped other than what I think a registration website should look like. We'll just start building it. And then eventually, once this website is okay, awesome. Sound is good from Jose here. Thank you. So basically, once this website is live, the hackathon is live. I mean, technically, you can even start working on the hackathon right now if that's what you're interested in. If you're just interested in coding something like this up, seeing what you can learn from this, we'll see how the stream goes. It'll also be left up as a tutorial. So linked up is the page for the hackathon. It's going to be on my website at DennisIV.com. This is another Agora sponsored hackathon. So far we have $1,500 raised for this. So we'll see what we can get for this. I just put out some details. As you can see, registration is not open. Let me actually zoom in, and I'm not showing my screen. I always do that. Give me a second. So present screen. And I'm on a bigger screen. So if it ever gets too small here, I'll try to watch the chat. Just let me know, and I'll try to zoom in as much as possible here. So I have a weird setup, so I'll show you my setup, and then we'll just say hello in the chat, and then we'll get started, and I'll show you what I have prepped so far. So this is in the video description right here. So if you look right here, there's no submission deadline. There's nowhere to submit it yet. Just have details about the challenge itself. So essentially, I'm actually going to be streaming tomorrow talking about the hackathon. I'll make the formal announcement, but we have 2 challenges for that. So that's all here, but that's not the purpose of this stream here. So we're just going to get coding, and we'll start looking at what we have. So if I have issues with this stream, I am on a MacBook, and I am not a Mac user, and I'm using a Windows keyboard with my Mac right here. So it's going to be kind of a challenge here. I'm also in my new place here, so I have my temporary desk set up. Everyone can say hi to Salamita right there. Hi. I don't know if they can see you here. Let me go full screen. There we go. So this is my new setup. I actually just moved to Vancouver, Washington. That door is open, so you might hear trains and airplanes from outside. So yeah, there'll be some interruptions, and let's just go have fun with this stream. So again, it's going to be a casual one. All right, we have AJ here. Good morning. For me, it's the afternoon. It's 5 p.m. I see somebody says it's 5:30 a.m. in, where are you at? In India. Okay, cool. So I'm glad the mic's doing well. All right, so let's talk about the site itself. So this is a hackathon registration site. First thing I ever do when I start a website is I usually design the database and I start looking at the pages, what it's going to look like as far as a core structure of it. That's usually the most important part for me. I know everyone has different parts that they start with. Sometimes I start with design, but essentially this is what I'm looking at. I don't have all the attributes to these database tables, but I keep doing this. I keep forgetting to share my screen. Okay, add to stream. There we go. All right, so there we go. This is what we have right here. So this is drawsql.app. This is the website I like to use for designing things. Looks like there's outside noise, so I'll close that balcony door. And right here, we're just going to have a user. So when users register, they're going to have their basic information. We'll get profile pictures, bios, and so on. So I do want people to communicate with each other. Then we're going to have an event model, which we'll build out here. And this is all going to be built out in Django, by the way. That's in the video description. So we're going to have that model, and we're also going to have a submission model. So users will be able to submit their hackathon projects, their details about their projects. So we'll build that out. And they're also going to be able to register for these hackathons too. So I realized I didn't design the registration yet. So we'll start building this out. So this is the database that I just started looking up here. And then we have this quick overview of what I'm looking at for pages. So I'll try to zoom in as much as possible. I think the screen is about 28 inches. So anybody on their phone, I'm going to try to zoom in for you here. So we're obviously going to need a homepage. Every page needs, or every website needs some kind of homepage here. I think what I'll do is just have some kind of name for the hackathon or for the website itself. I actually have a domain purchase, and I'll reveal that later. We're going to list out all the events, so you'll be able to register for different events. There'll be a navigation bar where you can sign up for this website. And then we'll probably just list out all the hackathon participants. Now, one of the things here is some people may want to rename or remain anonymous. So we might have some kind of checkbox when you're registering to say, hey, I don't want to be listed out with all the participants, or I do. I feel like most people do want to be listed out because it's a way to get credibility, but we'll see. I'll give people that option. Login and registration. So people do need to be able to log in. So you're going to register for this hackathon. And in order to submit your let's say your project, I want you to be able to edit it too. So that's why we're going to have authentication here. So you'll be able to actually register, update your update the actual submission. Why do I keep forgetting that name? So update the submission. We'll have a user profile. So for all the participants, this is going to be less important, but if somebody wants to view a participant, we can click on that. You're going to have your user account. You need to be able to modify your stuff, reset a password, and so on. And then we'll also have a participants page. So these are the first things that came to the top of my mind here. I'll see stuff in the chat. I'm sure I'll build out more. I already have a registration page, so I don't need that. And then we'll just need our create, update, and delete pages. So the ability to create or delete an event specifically for an admin, the ability to create or delete a hackathon submission, that sort of stuff. So let's just go ahead and get into it, and let's just see how it goes now. So the first thing I'm going to do here is go ahead and create a virtual environment. I'm going to set up a Django project. I'll try to zoom in as much as possible. Again, we'll just see how this goes. Maybe I'll switch screens to my MacBook because it's a smaller screen naturally. And I don't know how to fully zoom in on Mac as far as like scaling things and making it bigger. So I'm going to go to my command prompt or terminal. So I'm going to go ahead and open that up. We'll do a search for it. So if you're on Windows, it's going to look a little bit different. Let's try to zoom in here. Right. So I'll CD into my desktop. So this is where my project's going to sit. And I'm just going to go ahead and create a virtual environment. So we'll just do virtual env. No, that's not how you do that. How do you create a virtual environment? It's virtual env and then env. So we're just going to create that on the desktop here. Let's see. All right. The beginning of the stream is always going to be a little bit laggy as I get warmed up here. So let's just pip install virtual env, make sure we have it. Okay, it's virtual env, and then you just create it that way. And this won't really be a tutorial again. It's just gonna be a code along. So our environment name, let's try this Python 3 virtual env. This is why I hate Mac too. I'm a Windows user. I've been using Mac for a couple weeks only. So that's why can't I create it? All right. If somebody in the chat knows how to do this with a Mac, is it Python 3 and then virtual env? Virtual env. Python 3-m. Okay. -m. Okay, so now I have it. So we'll just do source env bin, not scripts, and then activate. Okay. So I see somebody in here. All right, let's try your way. We'll do VNV. I swear I just did it, so that's what's throwing me off here. But we'll try this again. So Python 3, great way to start a stream. So VENV, but I thought that was a different package, so we'll just do ENV like that. Okay, looks like you're right. Wow. Okay. Now we can do source env bin activate. I'm misspelling here. You all come here to learn from me, so that's a little bit ironic. I can't figure this stuff out. All right, so pip install Django. We'll get that going. Just make sure we have the latest version of Django. I'll try to zoom in a little bit more. We'll have that. And let's just go ahead and start up the Django project. So we'll clear that. Django admin start project. And we'll just call this, we'll call this Code Battle. So I think I bought the domain codebattle.com, I believe. Let me check my Namecheap account. I'll keep it off screen here. Might have to log in. Let's just call it Code Battle for now, and then if anything, I'll buy a domain relevant to that. Okay, so we'll just do Code Battle. So that's going to be the name of the hackathon website. And once I have that, I'm going to use VS Code here. So we'll open that up here. Give me 1 second. Open up a new window. Get this over to this side. And again, I'll have to keep remembering to zoom in, and I'll pay attention to the chat if I'm missing something. Okay, so that's on my desktop. This is where I just built it. And we have Code Battle somewhere here. Or did I not create it on the desktop? Let's try searching this. I'm really going to regret using a Mac. Let's see. Let's go to my terminal again. I just don't know where everything's at. That's the hard part. Everything is just so different from a Windows machine. Oh, it's right in front of my face. All right, Code Battle. There we go. All right, so this is the new site. Let's go ahead and start working with this. So I'm just going to go through the basics. We'll just start setting stuff up, and I'm trying to close out my other VS Code project. Okay, so one of the things I like to do is I like to grab my virtual environment and actually drag that into my project. So we'll grab my Code Battle project here, and I'm going to bring this into the new screen if I can find it. So here's my virtual environment. It's super small, so you probably won't even see that. And then I'm looking for the Code Battle website. Okay, somewhere here. Okay, where is it? All right. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so it's in the project now. Let's see. Closing out all my windows. Don't know where the heck anything's at. Did I just stop streaming? Okay, give me a second. I need to find my other window. All right, there we go. So we have the project now. Let me see if how I can flip between these screens. Okay, so if I slide up on my Mac, it opens everything up. Cool. I think I got that. All right, and I'm gonna have to reactivate this virtual environment. All right, so we have that. Let's go through the basic steps here. Zoom in a little bit more. I'll start up a new app here within my Django project. So Python manage.py, start app, and then we'll call this base. So unless I have a specific structure, I'll usually just call it base. We'll leave it like that. And I'll register this within settings.py. So we'll go into installed apps, throw in base here. And I don't have a structure. So I think what I'm going to do here is just create my first home page. I don't know if I'll configure the static files, but I'll first create that page and then I'll start designing the database. So I just want to make sure that everything's working before we go to the models here. So just connecting those URLs and templates. So we'll get that going. And within base here, let's just create a quick view. Let's make sure we can see that, connect the URLs, and render out a template. So we'll create a new file here called urls.py. This is in the base app. You can all see that. Let's try doing this. We make that a little bit bigger. And we'll just from Django.urls import path. And then from .view, so we want to get our views in here. We'll import. So from import views, let's just do that. Okay, then our URL patterns. All right, so now we got to create some of those views. So let's go ahead and create the first one. Just call this one index. So we'll just start with index. We won't give it a specific name. That's just going to be our homepage. We might rename it later. Render request. And if you have questions in the chat, I won't really go into them too much here just because I'm trying to focus on this and actually get this project done, but I'll try to respond to what I can. So as far as the template configuration, what I'm going to do here is configure this in settings.py. So I'm going to create a templates folder out here in the root directory. Create that, and then in here, we'll just go ahead and create a new file called home.html. In fact, let's just create call this view homepage. We'll just do that. So we have home.html. We'll set that up. We'll just render out something here. Okay, so in order for us to be able to actually access this, so we're going to render this out, home.html, I need to go ahead and register this within settings.py. So we're going to go into the templates object here, or templates list, and we need to add this to the directory. So we're going to go into base dir and then / and we're going to tell Django to look into the templates folder. So we're letting it know that there's templates in this folder. So that way, when we access it here, it actually knows to look into that folder, and it's going to find home.html. So we have that. Let's render this view. Let's leave the URL like that. And then .home page. Put a name. Yeah, the recording will be published. So I'll leave it up here or on the, well, I'll probably leave it on my channel. So I don't think there's any reason why I wouldn't. Okay, so we have most of the basic configuration done for the URLs. Let's go into our root directories urls.py file. And now we need to point to that app's URLs file. So we'll do include, import that, set the path, and then point to the other URLs file. Okay, so we're going into base.urls. Can you turn the AC down to like 68? It's kind of hot in here. All right, so we have that. Let's run the server and see what we get. Okay, so our migrations aren't applied. That's fine. Let's see. Let's open up port 8000. So that's where, by default, that's where it's sitting. All right, so we have that homepage. Cool. So let's go into our models now. Actually, let me create a main template. So I want all the templates to inherit from this. So let's just do main.html. Let's actually get some HTML going here. So we'll just use this shortcut with VS Code. If you start typing HTML, it should give you the boilerplate. And I'm going to have to comment out script and the link because I don't have this yet. I don't have static files configured. And I want everything to sit inside here. So we're going to create the body tag here, or the block tag. Block content, and all the child content will extend this template and sit right here. So also trying to refresh my Django skills for tomorrow. I haven't coded in almost a month, so well, actually have, but not so much in Django. So all right, we have that. We'll go into home.html. Let's go ahead and extend this. So we'll just do extends, or use the extends tag. So some of this stuff's going to be tedious for those of you that know how to do this. Okay, that's going to extend main.html. And let's go ahead and wrap the content. Assuming it's going to take me at least 4 hours to finish this. So we'll see if I can get this done. And I'll try to publish it live and actually have it production ready. And then if anything, we'll style it up later. And we'll talk about hackathon details tomorrow. So let's go ahead and do home page. Let's see if that's still working. If everything connected right. Okay, I think I can, yeah, move that up. Refresh it. Okay, cool. So we're extending the main template. All right, so let's talk about the database, one of the most important parts right now. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to, instead of making a user model, I'm actually going to use the built-in, or instead of building a profile model for a user, because usually what I do is I build a one-to-one relationship between a profile and a user, and then I just connect those two, and I use something like Django signals to make sure that everything's updated. So we have like two different database tables for the user for authentication and basic information like the password, email, and so on, and then a profile model for things like the bio, profile picture, and so on. So we're going to go ahead and not create that profile model, and we're just going to extend the user model. So Django has a default user model. So what we're going to do is we're going to customize that. And I'm actually going to need my phone for this. I haven't done this. It's been a minute since I've actually done this. So I want to see how I actually took care of this. So essentially, we're going to go ahead and import the abstract user model, and then we're just going to extend that and then tell Django that this is going to be our new user model, because Django by default gives us all we need for authentication and all that. Somebody's asking how secure is Django against Laravel framework compared to it. I mean, Django is very secure. It's good enough for Instagram and all those other massive companies. So Laravel is also great too, by the way. So I'm not going to make that comparison, but I know Django's really secure. Obviously up to you also how to secure your apps too. So I can't just say Django's going to do it for you, but it does really well. So from django.contrib.auth, we're going to do .models and not moles, .models. We're going to import abstract user. So we're taking that built-in user model and we're just going to go ahead and extend it. We're going to inherit from it with a new user class right here. And then we're just going to go ahead and do pass here. So that's it. So typically when you run migrations and you create your users, you'll notice that in the admin panel, they're under a different table. So if you've already done this, you'll know what I'm talking about. We're actually going to point to the base app. So now, again, the user is sitting in here. It's going to restructure a few things. So we're just inheriting from this. So we have all these attributes, again, like username, password, email, and so on. So we don't have to put any of those out right now. We'll modify this later, though. So we'll go back into settings.py. So we need to let Django know that this is the user model that we want to use. So for this, and again, I'm going to have to look at my phone for the notes here. And I wanted to do this right away. This is something that you can do later in theory, but I want to take care of it before we get too far into this. So we're going to do auth user model. So auth underscore user underscore model. And we're going to tell Django that we need to look into base.user. So this is the new user model. I'm going to have to run some migrations here. So close out the URLs here, close out our HTML templates, save all of this, and let's go ahead and run some migrations. And it looks like we already have an error. Let's see, what's this error about? Dependency on app with no migrations base. Okay, so I think I need to run those migrations. Let's go ahead and try that. Okay, so it worked. I just needed to run that. And let's go ahead and create a super user now, and we'll look into the admin panel. So create super user. Someone's asking why Django is so addictive, because it's an awesome framework. And Python is awesome too. So you kind of got the best of both worlds. I kind of wish JavaScript had an opinionated framework like Django. Like you have Express, Fastify, I don't know, all the JavaScript backend frameworks, but I love the opinionated frameworks, specifically like something like this. I know Laravel, I'm pretty sure, I think it was a little bit opinionated actually, but Ruby on Rails, like there's just so much that comes with it. Like authentication, it's amazing to already have that built in. All right, so we have a super user. Let's go ahead and run our server and go to the admin panel. Okay, so in order to do this, we just go to /admin. And it looks like it already has a lot of my credentials here. I don't know why I can't zoom in or zoom out here. So my information is already here. So right here, usually the user model sits inside of authentication and authorization, but because we changed it, we now have it inside of the base model. So all we have to do is register it, and you're going to see it there. So we'll go to from.models, import user. So we're in the same app, so we can just import it that way. And then admin.site. All right, who's participating in the hackathon for October? Let me know, or who wants to participate in it. This is going to be, it's built for two types of people. We have front-end developers and designers that can participate, and you're going to be in charge of designing something. And we're going to have back-end developers and this is going to be API focused. So the links in the video description, I'm still updating the contents of that and what the hackathon is going to look like, but you can read about it there. But yeah, if you want to participate, this is the site where we're going to register. So I'm just curious on who here in the chat is going to be joining. So welcome to the chat here. Augie, Sebastian. Django could be the new Ruby on Rails. I think Django's probably outgrowing that just because of Python. Just got so much popularity there. Okay, so if I refresh this, here we see users, and you actually can't see that. So let me try to zoom out a little bit. So this is the users table now. So if we look here, we have a new user. We have all these attributes. So what I'm going to do is actually customize this right now. So we have super user status. So that's an attribute. This means I have full permission to do what I need in this project. We have a username. One thing I want to add here is going to be full name. And if you notice, when I log into the site, I log in with a username. So that's not really practical in today's world. People prefer to log in with emails, at least I do, or some other kind of authentication mechanism. It's easy to forget your username, but you can usually remember your own email. So that's what I'm going to do here is I'm going to modify how we log in and then add in an attribute like full name. I don't like the idea of first name, last name. I don't need to know everybody's first and last name, just whatever you want. I'll let you put there, or I guess, yeah, just have a name attribute. I don't know why I made that so difficult to explain. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's customize. Actually, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's continue on with the other database tables. Okay, so if we look at my design, let's see what I have here. So I have a user table, then we have an event table. So we'll start with that, and then users should be allowed to submit their own social profiles. And I don't want to customize these. Oh, I'm actually low on power. Give me 1 second. Let me hook up my battery here. Yeah. Cool. Have fun. Ooh, and I just spilled some coffee on my keyboard. You napkin? Give me a second here. I try to sneak in some coffee while I was getting the charger. Plug that in before it dies and stream ends. All right, I didn't really get between the cracks there, so I think we're good. All right. All right, I think we're good. Yeah, I see that now. Then I need to plug it in. Okay. Filled up the coffee a little bit too much. I just prepped that before the stream and didn't have a chance to pour it in. Okay, so yeah, let's start designing this. So let's go with the user. We'll go with the social link. Let's start with the social link. So we're going to create this relationship. So again, I don't want them to hard code values. I mean, I guess I could. I can list out like a minimal amount. I guess I can do like website, GitHub repo, Twitter, LinkedIn, and any other social account. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just hard code those attributes in instead of creating a table for it. So let's start actually customizing this. I'll actually start with that user model. Again, this is not prep, so I'm trying to just code along and come up with this stuff. That's the fun part about about live streaming. Someone I'll put student of Dennis Ivey on my CV. Someone says, where are you? It's daytime, so you must be in California. I'm actually in the California time zone, but I am in the Vancouver, Washington area. So it's like a state, 2 states above. But yeah, it's California is south of me. Okay, so for this, let's go ahead and add in a name attribute for the user. So again, because we're extending it, we're just modifying and adding attributes because a lot of these attributes are already here. So for the name, we'll just do models.charfield. No one's name should be over 100 characters, so we'll leave it there. and we'll just set null to true just because we already have a user, and then I'm gonna have issues when I'm trying to migrate that. So we'll just leave it there for now, and then maybe we can modify that. We also want an email table, and I want to override this. So I want to override the default email table. So we'll just do models email field. And by the way, I'm actually going to delete this database. Right now I'm working off of an SQLite database, but eventually I will switch to a Postgres database, and I'm probably going to host it on Railway. So as long as that goes good, if anything, we'll switch to Heroku. I'm still a little bit newer to Railway, so I just want to make sure that everything goes well with that. So I'll try to host it there, but if anything, like I said, we can revert to something that I'm more familiar with for now. Okay, so unique is true. So I want to make sure that there can't be a user with the same email. So I want to ensure that if another user tries to register with my email, they can't do that. So that's why we set unique to true. We'll set null. That's also going to be true. It keeps know how to delete those, that highlighting. Probably some VS Code setting that I need to modify, but don't want to do that right now. Okay, so with this, I'm also going to throw in a bio. Let's do that. So we'll do models.text field. Again, we're going to set null to true, and I'm also going to set blank to true. Also, or not also, but true too. Set blank to true too. Okay, so we have a bio there. Let's see. I also want an avatar, so let's just throw that in. And for now, until I configure static files, I'm going to have to just go ahead and comment this out. So we'll just do avatar or profile picture, whatever you want to call it. We want a user to be able to list this out. And this is how we can actually make the email field the login field here. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do user name underscore field. And there's different ways of going about this. So for now, we're just going to go ahead and tell Django, use the email field as the username field. So it's going to replace it. And now we won't ask for the username. We'll ask for an email. And then we're going to do required fields. Required fields, and then for this we'll just leave it as an empty string. Okay, so we have the user model. It's modified a little bit. Let's go ahead and run some migrations. Migrate it. It's really weird. My voice squeaked. It's really weird because I am on a Mac, but I'm using a Windows keyboard, so I had to modify the keys. So the Windows key is a command key, and it really throws me off. And to copy stuff, I have to hit Windows C instead of Control C. So that's definitely giving me a tough time here. All right, so let's go back to our admin panel. Refresh this. Okay, so now we should see a name field. So we just added this. Okay, so we have a bio and a name field. Awesome. So that's exactly what we wanted. And now check this out. So when I log out, we should see email. So instead of logging in with my username, now it won't let me. It's going to say, go ahead and use your email, which is Dennis Ivy11. That's the one I'm using here. And there we go. So I'm logged in with my email. So for anybody that had a question about how to do that, that's how you do it. And give me a second. I need a napkin for my coffee. Spilled all over the cup here, so the cup is all nasty looking now. All right. Someone says the only thing that bothers me about Python is the indentation. Oh, you get over that. Honestly, I like it. Keeps it clean. Oh, I see Tadas is in the chat. Oh, I thought you were referring to my house, sweet house. You're referring to somebody in the chat here. So I'm actually using Tokyo Night, but I want to get people's opinion here, and it always changes based on how you're coding or what language you're coding with. But I really like this one right here. So if we go to preferences, why wouldn't it let me change it? Oh, apparently I have a setting right now that won't let me change it. So, oh, here we go. Okay. So there's this color theme, and I think it starts with an H, maybe. This one right here. So Halcon, or yeah, I think it was like Halcon. What do you think about this one? I really like this one right here. I'm actually going to use this for now, and then if everyone hates it, we'll switch back. Okay, so if anyone has a problem with this theme, let me know and I'll switch it back, but I'm going to try sticking with it. All right, so we have our user model. So we're going slow here. And let's think about this. So a user needs to be able to register for events. So we want an event model. So we already have that in our preview here. I won't pull that up actually. So we'll go here. We'll just do event because I want to be able to use this site for multiple events. So right now we have our October hackathon, but eventually we'll have a December or November, December, and so on. So we want to be able to create new events. So let's go ahead and here for models.model. And let's see, what does an event need? So an event needs a title or name, actually. We'll just do name. So an event needs a name. It needs a description. And let's see, description. I guess if I want to add in links and more details, I could just put that into the description, so I don't need to add in specific links. I do want to know when this event was created, and then when it was updated, just because that's a habit of mine to always know. I think it's good to know when a database table is modified and created. Let's see. A date for the event, maybe. Let's do that. So we'll have an event date. Yeah, I think that would be good to have an event date. Let's see. What does a event need? So let's go through the actual hackathon page. So let's see. We have important dates here, start date, submission date. That can all be put in the description here, how to participate, challenges. Yeah, this can all be in like a text field. So we have an event details, registrants. Oh, okay. So when somebody registers for an event, the relationship here is going to be a many-to-many relationship, I believe, because a user can register for multiple events, and an event can have multiple users. So we'll have to do participants like that, and that's going to be a many-to-many field. So I think those are the fields we need for now. And again, this is why I use an SQLite database, because I modify, change things, and I need to be able to actually go back and forth without modifying a permanent database. And Soleimani says, "Just love you, Dennis. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks for being in the stream and watching. Hope I can always provide value." So let's go ahead and do models.char field. So this is going to be a shorter string field, not checking strings, but char field. And Tadas, if you want to jump in the stream, just let me know. I'll keep my Twitter DMs open. So message me on Twitter, not Discord. I don't want to open that up here. Always like having Tadas in on the stream. Or text me, actually. That'd be better because then I'll actually get the notification. Okay, so 200 characters for an event name. Description will be models.text area. Not text choices, text area, or text field. We'll just do null is true. Blank will also be true. Okay, so participants is going to be models many-to-many fields, many-to-many field. And this is going to be related to, let's see, we're just going to throw in a user here. So because the user model is, actually, no, I think I can just do that. Never mind, that actually works. I thought I was going to have to make that a string. So the blank is true. Save that. Date is going to be models.date time field. We'll just keep the time in there too. And we'll leave it. See, do I need a default field? For now, we'll just leave it like this. So for updated and created, though, we'll still use date time field. And at this point, we're going to use auto_now. So when this field is modified, that's when we'll take a timestamp. So that's what's going to happen here. So auto now basically just takes a timestamp, and auto now_add will take a timestamp when this field is first created. So that's the difference between those two. So I want to take that snapshot, and I want a string value of this model here. So let's go ahead and do underscore str, get the string value of that, self return render, no, not render, self dot name. And as far as the admin panel, like for administrators to the site, because I might have people help me manage this, have somebody in the Discord server manage this. I'll probably use the default admin panel that Django gives me, and then I'll actually build something out and customize it. But I just want to get this done hopefully before tomorrow so people can register. Okay, so we have an event model. We have a user model. Now, I'm just thinking this through. Someone registers, they have their profile. So how do we want to handle submissions then? So when someone registers, okay, let's talk about registration. So registering for an event, we're just going to register it, add the user as a registrant. That's it. So that's just going to be like a button that you click and it's just going to happen asynchronously, or we can just have like a confirmation page for that. So that's easy. We don't need a specific model for that. We do need a submission though. That's actually important. So let's do that. So a submission, when you actually submit to an event, this is going to have a relationship between a user. Let's just do this. We'll change this to user, and a submission is also going to have a relationship to an event. So we want to build that out. So let's do this. And we want to limit submissions. So we're going to have to create a unique field because a user should only be able to submit once to a specific event. So we don't want multiple submissions. So we'll have to create something that does that for us. So, all right, we have a submission. So we'll just do user. Actually, we'll just do participant. How you spell participant? Participant. Let's just Google this up. I'm just going to throw that into my search bar because that's a. Looks like I'm spelling this right. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Unless somebody sees something different there. I don't know why it's underlined. Oh, just because I wasn't done with it. Okay, so for this, we're going to have to create a relationship. So we're going to do models.foreign key. And this is going to have a relationship between the user. So we're going to throw in the user here. And we're going to have to do on underscore delete models dot see. So if a submission is deleted, we'll just do, or if a user is deleted, we'll just do set underscore null. So we don't want to delete the user. So if anybody has questions about that, just let me know and I'll clarify that. So if the user model is deleted, what do we do with this submission? We're just going to set it to null. We don't want to delete it. We still want a record of that specific submission. Thank you, Amar. I'm glad to have you here. He said, thank you for what you did. This channel is great. Make sure you're participating in the hackathon. There's a chance to win money. We have awesome sponsors that make this possible. And we've already given away about, almost $10,000 worth of prize money. Quite a bit, because we've done hackathons with Gary way before I even got corporate sponsors for this. So it's been a lot of fun. Okay, so we have a participant submission. We also want to know the event. So we have to throw in that. Let's do the same thing. We'll just copy this one right here. Throw that in, and this is going to be to event. And then the submission, we want details. So what I'm going to do here is just take description right here, and we'll just do details. We'll change the attribute because I can start copying and pasting since I have a few of these. Okay, so we have submission details. That's a text field. So this is where you'll just submit all the links. So that's probably the whole deal. So we'll leave it as a text field. And then what I'll probably end up doing is I'll just create some minimal requirements. Maybe I can add this because I do usually require people, that people submit a GitHub link, usually some kind of live URL, their social links. So I think I might just set that as some kind of requirement and then tell them just to put that into the details. So we'll keep it simple for now. So let's see, what did I put in submission here? So ID, title, event. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. We'll build upon this because usually you discover stuff as you go with it. So let's just leave it like that. So we'll get the string name. Let's do the same thing here. For the string name though, let's just go ahead and take the event So we do need this to be a string value. So we'll do self.event. We'll wrap this in a string, self event. And then we also want to know the user that submitted this. So we'll just concatenate this. We'll do this the old school way. Leave some space here. Do a triple dash, and then we'll do str self dot participant. There we go. So we want to know the event and the user, so that way we can actually see this. Okay, so all right, let me know if anyone, by the way, if you all want to build along with me, just if I'm missing something, give suggestions. I'll be asking the chat. I'm really trying to stay involved in this chat. Someone's actually asking what set null does. So I just mentioned this, but essentially we have a few options when a parent object is deleted. So for example, we have this submission, right? Let's say you submit something to an event. Now, what happens when that event is deleted? So let's say we submitted this to the October hackathon, right? So that's an instance of that model. What happens to that submission if the October hackathon gets deleted? And we get to set that right here. So it says on delete. So when the parent gets deleted, at this point, let's go to the event. So when the event gets deleted, what do we do with this specific instance? We could do something like cascade here. So cascade would basically say if the parent gets deleted, delete the child here. Or we can do set null, which basically says go ahead and set this attribute to null. Basically just say, hey, the submission's still here, but it doesn't have a parent at this point. So that's all it does. Okay, so let's run some migrations and see what we have. So null, true argument on a field. Okay, so I'm having some issues. On delete set null. Okay, yeah, so if I do set null, then what I need to do here is in order for that to be able to work, we do need to add in null is equal to true. Okay, so we'll just copy that. Let's see if we need this anywhere else. Okay, so we add a null there. Do we have on delete anywhere else? I think we're good with that. Let's check it out. Cool, we're all set. So let's run the migration. And I have no design for this, by the way. So it's going to be an ugly version, and I might just publish it because the point is to get this done. So I'll design it as we go. So maybe I'll just open source it and see who can contribute and give them some kind of prize for the hackathon. Maybe I can throw in your name into a random raffle or something like that. All right. Check this out. So let's register this real quick. So we'll go into the admin panel here. So import event. Then we want to import submission. And then we want to register these two. So we'll do admin.site. I'm hoping eventually I get used to Macs and then fall in love with it. But so far, I am not in love with the Mac. There's just a few things about it that are convenient, but I just don't like using Macs. Okay, and then we have the submission. All right, now we can go to the admin panel. We'll actually add some data here too. So let's try this out. So we'll refresh it. So we have our users. Okay, you can't see all of that. So I'll try to zoom out a little bit. Okay, so let's create our first event and we'll see what we need to add as we go. Maybe we can add some tags, but we'll just do October hackathon. We'll just do pipe API edition because that's what we called it. And then for the description, let's just throw in some lorem ipsum text. I'm pretty sure my neighbor just fell. I heard something drop over there. Okay. We'll add that in. So we have participants here. So let's just go ahead and add Dennis to this specific event. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, a date is required. Okay, so we'll set that. Later on, we'll do that from a form. Okay, so we have the October hackathon. Let's add some users. So let's actually go into the chat here and create some users. So let's see. We'll start with Carl. If you don't mind me using your name. Oh, I misspelled addition. So the Carl Beeling, I believe. Yeah. Okay. So we have your name here. Last logged in, so we're not going to worry about that. Let's see if I can just save it. We'll just, oh, that goes into not password. You know what? I'm actually not going to do it. I'm going to do this from the admin panel. So we'll leave the names out for now. So we have an event. Let's see, edition. Again, it's the structured live stream. Someone said neighbor fell when you heard it say to come back. That's funny. I'm gonna open the door. Actually, hopefully there's not much outside noise. I'm gonna like. It's my favorite feature about this new house is the river view. Let me show you this. Okay, if I can reach all the way. Oh, I don't think it'll reach that far. Okay, so there's a balcony here, and then I can't reach it that far, but yeah, there's a river view somewhere over there. It's my favorite feature about the house. And the clubhouse that we have here. Okay, if the outside noise is too much, just let me know. Okay, so submit. Oh, let's do a submission here. So let's see how this works. When we submit something, let's say I am Dennis here. So I have my name selected, and this will be automatic in a form. Then I have the event. That's the October hackathon. Then I submit the details to the event. We'll just use some lorem ipsum. And we submit it. Cool. So we have users, events, and submissions. All right. So now we have to think about the pages and what this is going to look like. So abstract user model. So let me look up the documentation. That's a really good question, actually. Let me look this up before I give you some half-ass answers. So Django abstract user model. So what this question is referring to is this right here. So in our model, so just visually when you look at it, essentially what it is, it's the user model, but it's like a different instance of it. In fact, let me highlight this. An abstract base claims class implementing a fully featured user model. So essentially it represents the built-in Django user model because it comes with Django that has all the authentication and all that. So it's basically the user model, it represents it, and we just use it to extend that model. So essentially it represents the user model. So I think that's probably enough of a definition. We don't need to look that up then. Okay, so let's go into the pages. So let's start with the homepage. Again, we're just going to work through this. There's usually a little bit more prep work, but this is the fun part of a live stream, and we'll see what we need to add. So we'll go into the views here. So from here, we're going to need to go ahead and access some of our database models. So we'll do from.models, import. Let's do user, event, and submission. So we'll get that going. So on our homepage, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I want to be able to render out all the events and all the users. So let's go ahead and get those. So we'll just do users, user.object, filter. So we're actually going to do filter because I don't want an admin being rendered out here. So this is, again, one of those things that we're going to see as we code along here. I'm not a participant on the site, but I am going to be a user on the site. So because of that, I think what I'm going to do here is go ahead and modify the user model. So we can go to user, and let's see. Let's do this. Let's just call this participant. Hackathon. Artists. I cannot spell that. Okay, hackathon participant, and then we'll just do models Boolean field. So everybody that registers by default, this will be true for. So we'll just do Boolean field, and then not nullable field. Wow. Boolean. Freaking Mac. It's throwing me off. Okay. There we go. And then we'll just do default is going to be true. Okay. And then for now, just so we don't have conflicts, we'll do null is going to be, I am all over the place. Null is true. Okay, so we have to run this migration, and then now we're going to run that filter. We could just customize the query sets, but we won't do that for now. let's go into views.py, and now we can do hackathon participant equal to true. So only hackathon participants will be filtered out here, or rendered out, I guess. So what I'm going to do here is go to my current user, and let's find the hackathon participant attribute. Should be here somewhere. Okay, yes, no. So I am not a hackathon participant, so we'll filter that out. I need to give myself a full name, actually. Okay. Let's do this. I'm just going to use the terminal. I'll create a few users here, and then we'll render them out. So by default, they're going to be super users, but we're going to change that status. And I'm going to use some names from the chat. So if you're in the chat, you're probably going to be represented here. So we'll do Python manage. So let's see. Tadas was in the chat, so we'll do Tadas, the username. Okay, so it's create super user. Then I enter. Then we'll just do tadas@email.com. Obviously not a real email. And then we'll just throw in some kind of password for Tadas. Why is username? Oh, okay. So now if I use this, so this is the risky part about modifying this built-in user model, because now I'm facing issues like the username. What I could try doing is making this a required field. I know that I've done this before. Let's try making this a required field, and then maybe it'll prompt it. I'll close this. So it should prompt it when I throw that into required fields. I don't think I need to run migrations for this. Okay, no changes detected. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let me try doing this again. Let's clear it. There we go. Yeah. So if I put it as a required field, then it prompts it. Perfect. So basically all required fields will be prompted. All right, there we go. And the server is still running. So let's check this out. Now Tadas is going to be here. Perfect. And let's see, Tadas is going to be a hackathon participant by default. So we'll throw in one more name. So let's see who the lucky person in the chat is, or the unlucky person, depending on which way you look at it. So create super user. We have Chris B. Let's use Chris B. So we'll just do chris@email.com. And then for the username, we'll just do Chris. Okay. And I'm probably going to need a full name too. So that's not prompted. So what I could do is maybe make username not mandatory. So I can modify that field, and I'll do that later. And then make the name itself mandatory. So we'll just do Chris and then Tadas for the full name. I spelled that. Oh, and I asked a question. I don't think I saw anybody respond. Who's participating in the hackathon for October? I want to see that in the chat. I'll pull up your name if you are, or if you're at least thinking about it. See a conversation about Vue and Svelte. I think both are pretty good. Svelte has a lot of attention. There's definitely some nice things about it. I'll definitely check that out as a beginner. But Vue's probably got more jobs. I mean, React is where most of the job market is, but I guess if you're a beginner and you're looking for work, that's a good place to start, but I wouldn't limit myself just because of that, even though it's probably a pretty good reason to why you learn something. Okay, so let's go back to the home page now. Let's open up port 8000s. Check this out. User object. Okay, I didn't finish the view, so let's fix this up. Okay, so user dot objects. So we need an S here. Dot filter. And let's render this out. So we'll throw in context here. Create a context dictionary. And just do, you know what? I'm going to stick to users just because I keep writing participants and it's just throwing me off. That's just a word that my brain can't type and spell and verbalize it either. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to the home page now. Let's check this out. Again, we won't focus on styling. Go to the home template. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and create some sections. We'll just use semantic HTML, and we'll just go ahead and throw in some titles. We'll just say these are our users, and this is going to be our events. In fact, maybe events should be above users because there's going to be less events, so we might as well get those out of the way right away. This will be events. Okay, let's loop through them. Events list, because we are going to add a little bit of styling to make this more visually appealing, and then we'll just loop through this. So for event and events. And I haven't passed this into the context dictionary yet, so we'll do this right now. And for, okay, and we'll just do event.title. I think that was a title or name. Event.name. Okay, so we'll stick to that. All right, so we'll do the same for users. We'll run through that query set. So for user in users, and then user.name. So that's why I added name. I filled that in because we need a name. It won't render out. Okay, so in our view, we'll just also get the events here. So events is going to be event.objects.all. Pass those in. So required fields. So Edward Rodriguez is asking, could you explain again the use of required fields in the user class, please? I'm trying to figure out how to word this. It's simply a required field. It's self-explanatory in that sense, but what it's doing here is when I'm using things in the terminal, and I'm sure there's other reasons to it, it's pulling them up in the terminal itself. So like right now, typically when you run the create super user command, it's going to prompt you for an email, a username, and a password. Well, we wanted, no, it didn't prompt an email, or did it? I'm trying to remember what it was. Yeah, so it basically, from what I've seen at this point, I haven't looked into it. This is, besides all the already required fields that we have, it basically throws that into the list of fields that are going to be prompted in that create super user command. Because when we were using just a username to authenticate our user, we had our username, but once we switched it to an email, it was no longer, the username was no longer prompted in there. So we had to throw that into the required fields because it's required for the model. It is required. So you can't submit something into the database without a username, but it wasn't being prompted in that create super user command. So let's go ahead and actually do this. Let's look it up and read a little bit about it. I just want to make sure that there's more to it. So we'll just do required fields, Django user model. Okay. Try to zoom in a little bit. Customizing authentication. I just want to see what the official definition is here. Okay, required fields, a list of field names that will be prompted when creating a super user. Yeah, so it's exactly what I thought. Let me zoom in so y'all can see that. So essentially, there are already required fields in the Django model, but there's some that aren't listed in that create super user command. So it throws it in there and says, okay, in this case, it shows date of birth, height. Like, I don't see why you'd want to put that into the create super user command, but if you needed to, then you can throw that in. So what I'm doing Yeah, running that command, then it pops up. I don't know if you saw that part of the stream, but we did that a couple minutes ago. So that's what I'm referring to when I'm saying that. Okay, so refresh that. All right, so here we go. We have our hackathon. Somebody's asking when the hackathon deadline is. Probably October 20th. I am going to Lisbon in Portugal for an event. I have a couple events in Santa Clara, also some conferences that I'm going to, and I want to get that done before then. And I'm just trying to coordinate with my coworker Tadas and our guest of honor. This is going to be Anya Kubo as the judge for this one. I'm sure a lot of people know her channel. Okay, so this is our homepage. We have this. Let's see. What should we focus on next? So let's focus on the MVP. What needs to be done in order for people to start registering? So we're going to need that login and registration page. So that's up there. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's do MVP, and we'll prioritize everything in here. Zoom out a little bit. Can't find how to bold this. Okay. Login/register. That's definitely important. We need the ability to register for an event. And we need the ability to submit for event. Even though that could be last in theory, not last, but it could be lower on that list because I can, in theory, just let people register for an event right now, and then submission, I can finish this up in a couple days or whatever, whenever I have more free time. Okay, so let's see. Register. So what do I need for registering? Because I want to do login and registration last here. Not last, but maybe I can reprioritize this because that functionality is simple, at least from my understanding right now. I want to focus on the things that I have to create right now. So if you're registering for an event, what do you need to do here? So we need an event page. So that's going to be important. So we need to be able to click on an event. We go to that page, and then we need to read the details, and then we need a register button. So when we click on that register button, what happens? So when we click on the register button, I guess there's not much. So if you look at the database submission, no, that's a submission. We want to register. So we have an event, and we're just going to take a user when they register, and we're going to throw them into the list of participants. So I guess what we could do is when they click register for an event, we can just have a confirmation page, kind of like a delete page that says, are you sure you want to register for this event? And then if the event is, let's say we're past that deadline, we can just say this event registration is closed. So yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and build that out. Let's see, what do we do here? So we'll do event, and then we'll do event or registration underscore confirmation. So for now, we'll just go ahead and comment this out. We'll throw in request here. Let's see, return, render, constant request. By the way, if this stream is by any means helpful, like say that in the chat. I mean, so I know people have been saying that, so I'm not trying to flatter myself here, but I love to hear that kind of feedback in the sense of like, am I just babbling for myself because I don't need to stream this? So formation. See somebody in the chat correcting me here. Thank you. That was Chris. Yeah, it just kind of helps me. That doesn't seem right. Confirmation like that. There we go. Yeah, it just helps me just because I always want to make sure there's value with this. So I love hearing that and just seeing how it's even helped people because I've gotten a lot of feedback on the hackathons itself and how people already made connections and relationships with other developers because of it. It's amazing. Okay. A VOD. What's a VOD? I'm not sure what a VOD is. I think you mean recording, maybe like a recording. Maybe that's an acronym for that. Yeah, this will be posted after if that's the question. Okay, so just do event.html. All right, so when we click on an event, we're going to want to go ahead and pass in the primary key. So we'll query that event. We'll just do event is going to be equal to event.objects.get ID is equal to primary key. So we'll pass that in through the URL parameter. And then we want to render that out in a context dictionary. So this is all pretty basic stuff. Context. Context event. Okay, so we're passing that in, and I need the template now. So what I'm going to do here is actually we'll just go ahead and build it out from scratch, actually. So we'll do event.html. Make sure you can see that. Extend the main template. Okay, blog content. Close that off here. And block content. Okay. So in here, what I'm going to do is just list out the event name in an H1 tag. So we'll just do event.name. And let's finish this up here. So we have the template for the event. Close out home. Pass that in, and we need the URL now. We'll just do event / and then we'll set that with a string value. So we'll just do str and then pk, the name of it, of that dynamic parameter, and then views.event. Actually change the view name to event page just to keep that consistency going. Yeah, this is going to be available. I see people asking about that. So we're naming the view now, and this will just be called event. Okay, so let's link to it. We'll go to our home page somewhere here, and let's see. I have our events. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and just wrap the entire event. Instead of a link here, copy and paste this. Okay. I have a neighbor that probably thinks I'm crazy just talking to myself. They walked out on their balcony and they looked at me funny. So URL, event, and then we pass in the event ID. All right, let's give it a test. And close that out. Okay, so we're hackathon, event object. Let's see, what do we have here? Event.objects.get. What's the error say? Event object has no attribute get. Event.objects. Okay, I know I'm missing something obvious here. Why does the view function? Why do you use function-based views, not class-based views? I use both. Class-based views require a little bit more configuration. They have a lot more functionality to them, but I just use whatever I need from, at that current moment. So right now, there's really no need to use a class-based view. It would have a little bit more code. And usually I like to use class-based views when I'm building out like RESTful APIs. That's where it's really helpful to base things off of specific HTTP methods. Okay, let's see. I probably should read the error. I always get too lazy and I try to solve it before actually looking at it. Okay, I'm missing something really obvious. Event.objects.get. Let's see, this is the event model. Is it in the template? Event ID. So the color scheme, somebody's asking about that. So I go between, if you're looking at the one of the thumbnail, that's Tokyo Night. And I found this one recently. And this one is called, just found it. It's called Halcon, I believe. I like it. I don't know. Some people don't like it, but I think it's nice. Okay. Just take out the pressure of a live stream and just try to solve the error. Event. All right. Let me just comment this out and see if it's not even here. It could be somewhere completely different and I'm just not noticing something. Okay. PK. We have the primary key. Event. STR PK. Oh, I think I figured it out. Okay. It's in the URL here. At least one of the errors. Oh, so that's because I'm letting it autocomplete and then it like tricks you. It says it's going to autocomplete it to one thing. And then when you click it, it just pulls a reverse move on you. All right, there we go. So October Hackathon API edition. And yeah. Okay. So we have the event page. Again, it's, looking beautiful here. No styling. We'll work on the back button. In fact, let's skip the back button. That's not important for this right now. So we have the event name. We'll work on the detail later. In fact, let's just go ahead and do this. Actually, we'll do a paragraph tag. We'll just do event.detail, then we'll customize this later. And I think it was detail or description. So we have event.description. Let's copy that, throw this in. Okay. So I want to have a register button somewhere towards the top. I'm not thinking of the styling. I just want to make sure it's accessible. So let's just throw this. Let's throw it underneath the title. Let's do that. We'll figure it out, place out for it later. So we'll just do the A tag, href, and let's see, register or event. And it's getting a little bit cold in the house, so give me a second. You can break down can you break down the requirements for the hackathon? Yeah, I'm going to do that tomorrow. So we'll be streaming. We'll join my Discord server. It's not linked up in the description, but it's in some of my videos. It might be on my website somewhere. I'll try to post it, but I'm posting all the updates there. Give me 1 second. Just turned up some music on the TV here, so I'm not bored here. The chat's entertaining, but music's nice too. Okay, so let's just do register. That should be enough. We'll style it later. Okay, so when someone clicks register, we want to take them to a confirmation page. So this is going to say, are you sure you want to register? I mean, if we were using, I'm not trying to use too much JavaScript here. I guess I could just make this happen asynchronously, just send a request, but I don't feel like building that part into it. So just building that confirmation page will work. So let's just do that. Let's go into templates. We'll just do event_confirmation.html. Okay. And let's just start copying stuff here. So let's copy this right here so I'm not rewriting it. We'll take the closing block tag. And in here, again, we're trying not to use as much JavaScript here. So go ahead and create a form. So we need a form to send that request. I mean, maybe I could. Now we'll leave it like this. Okay. So we'll use a form here because we can't send a post method without a form unless we're using JavaScript. So we're going to just leave it like this, and then maybe we can change this later and fix it up. Okay. So we need an input. We need to be able to submit this form. The type is going to be submit. And the value, this is going to be confirm. We'll just do confirm. So that's going to be the text on the actual button. And then we'll just have a go back button. So just throw in a link here. We'll style it up later. So they're going to look a little bit different. And let's see. I think we're just going to send this person, if they click go back to the event. So we'll just do URL, and then we can throw in the event ID. So we'll just do event, and then event .id, close this off. We'll just call this go back for the text on screen. Here, let me try to share the link to the Discord server right now. I see somebody in the chat is asking for it. So this is the Discord server. And I can make a permanent link. For some reason, I keep making these links that aren't supposed to expire, but I always have like issues with people trying to register, like try to actually join it. For some reason, it still expires. So invite people. I go to edit invite link, never expire, generate new link, copy, and I'm going to post this in the chat. So that's the Discord server link. If anything, just yeah, you might just have to type that out. Okay, so that's the confirmation page. And then where do we want to send this to? Well, we're just going to send this post request to the same URL. So now I can create the view now. Let's see. Let's go to the view, event page, event registration. So event underscore confirmation. Let's just get that URL going. It's funny because every time I think confirmation, I always sound it out as conformation. I always miss that. Okay. Yeah, I can leave it like that. Actually, no, we still need an event ID. So we need to know what event someone's trying to register for. So we'll just pass in that right there. And then use, I really don't like the structure to this, but we're going to stick with this and then we'll change it later. So event registration confirmation. And let's just take registration right here. And then we'll name the actual URL the same way. That's pretty long, but we'll just leave it. Okay. So we need to add in a comma there. And let's check this out. So registration confirmation, event confirmation. So we need to go to the event page. And then when they go to register for it, we're going to use the URL tag. And then event.id. Save that. Feels really weird hitting Windows in S to actually save it. It feels just not normal. Okay, views. We need to pass in the actual event. So for now, let's just try it out. Okay, so register, reverse match, registration confirmation. Oh, that's because I didn't pass in the event. So when someone goes to register, we need to query the actual event. Event.objects.get ID is equal to primary key. Pass that through. Pass in the context dictionary. Okay, so we have go back and then we have confirm. Okay, so what happens when we confirm? So first of all, I need to modify this form. So we need to make sure there is a CSRF token passed in with it. So we cannot submit or send a post request without a CSRF token. So we'll throw that in. And then in here, we'll just do if request.method. So if this is equal to post, let's go ahead and add the user to this event. So a user has to be authenticated to even enter this route. So we won't deal with that right now, but we are authenticated. So there's session authentication. I'm logged in through the Django admin panel, and I can confirm that by going to /admin, and I'm authenticated. Okay, so I'm here. If I'm not logged in, then this page won't work if I try this. So let's go ahead and get the current user. So if request.method is post, what we're going to do is we'll go to the event. Then we're going to the models file. We'll just do event.participants. So event.participants, participants, like that. And we'll do .add. So we should be able to just do that, and then we just add the request.user. So with Django's built-in authentication, we can access the current user by just doing request.user like that. So let's go ahead and try this. So here's what I'm going to do to, and then I also want to redirect the user too. So let's see, where do I want to redirect the user to? When they register, let's see, we could just send them back to the event, or we could send a flash message. Let's return the user. Let's return the user back to the event. And what I'm going to do here is render out all the participants. So for now, just so we know everything worked well, let's just do return, redirect. And we're going to send the user back to the event. And then I think we can just pass in the event ID. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I just did this not too long ago. First of all, I need to import redirect here. So let's just do from Django shortcuts, redirect, save it. And the little cheat sheet that I have, and this is why it's nice to build a lot of projects, is I just go to my old source code if I don't feel like looking it up, and I'm going to find one of my own projects. If I can try to. I'm making this way more complicated than I need to, but we'll see. Okay, so somewhere in here, I did redirect with an ID like that. I'm just trying to figure out how to pass in the dynamic value. I know it's like colon and then the ID. Let's try users. We'll go to one of my old projects, views. And I know I use redirect in here somewhere. Okay. Oh, you got to be kidding me. So I never, here we go. So redirect. So we have the URL name and then comma, and then we pass in the parameter like that. Okay, so let's just copy this right here. And yeah, that's just me being lazy. I probably could have looked that up, but so return redirect. And then we'll just do event. So the URL name, and then we pass in the primary key. So my question was, how do I pass in that dynamic value? And that's how you do it. So event.id. Okay, so now we want to go to the event page and we want to render out all the participants. Now I don't need to query them in my view because I could just do that directly from the event template. So we'll just create a new div here, and we'll just say something like event participants. Also one of those words. And I'm going to create a div just for the participants. We'll loop through. So we'll just do for user in event.participants all. So we can actually chain that query like that, and then end for. Create a div for each participant. And then we'll just do strong. And that's going to be user.name. Okay, let's try this out. Go to that page. Okay, so right now the event participants are just me. So it's Dennis Ivy. So what I could do, let me actually remove myself from here. So we'll go to this mini to mini field here, somewhere here. Oh, I went to the user. So I need to go to the event, October Hackathon, and we'll just get rid of this. So I'll just click that, save it. And then if I check the page again, so Dennis Ivy is not here anymore. So we'll just do register, confirm, and there we go. Now, if I log out and I'll log back in as Tadas, let's do that. And if I can remember the email or the password I use, so tadas@email.com. I use the same dummy password, so that should be good. So now I'm logged in as Tadas. And if I do register, confirm, now Tadas is registered. Awesome. So that's how you register a page. Someone's asking for event page. Maybe that question is not to me. Let's see. So love watching you build from scratch. Very cool to see your thought process and workflow. Event page. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you being in the chat, DJ Ontic. I don't know if that question was for me. It looks like there's a conversation going on here. Okay, so we have registration. Again, it's horrible styling. I'll fix up some basic styling for this before we actually go live. But we have the registration. We have the event page. We'll put in details here. Because I'm actually going to take the October Hackathon. Maybe I'll start putting in the details, but we're just trying to prioritize everything. You were asking about redirect. Okay. Let's see. So what did I put in that priority list here? So we have event page, login, register. Okay, so login, or we register for the site, or register to the website, register for the event, and we want user details. So let's do that. So we want user details. I also want, okay, submissions. Let's work on submissions. I do want to get, oh, right here, we have submit for event. Let's work on a submission right now. And then we'll start kind of filling in gaps. Again, I'm like scattered all over the place. I'm literally just trying to get this done, hopefully by today at least, so we can make it a live site and have people register. So submit for event. What's the thought process behind this? Let's see. I'm logged into the site. I think I need a user profile right now, or at least an account page. So we might have to deal with registration. So here, let me have a go back button at the top of. Let me create some kind of nav bar, so at least I can navigate the site because it's throwing me off here. So we'll do nav bar.html. So we'll bring this in as like a page component. Nav. Let's see. We'll just do links here. So we'll have home. So this is just going to go to the home page. URL. Home. And then I don't think there's that much more in the navigation. I mean, home is technically events, so I guess I could throw on an events page, but we won't deal with that later, or we'll deal with that later because I would like people to be able to maybe filter down events and users as we add more users, but definitely not a priority right now, at least not for getting this site out there. So what I'm going to do is add this nav bar to the main template so it's on every page right away. So we'll just do include. The include tag lets us include a part of a template or a template into a site like that. So a part of a page into a page. So let's see, include, this is navbar.html. Sometimes I try to explain when I should just show it. So we're including this HTML code in the main template. Navbar.html does not exist. You liar, I know it exists. Include navbar. Have some space in the name, maybe. Yeah, I had some space in the name. That's why. gotten pretty good at finding stupid errors like that. Still doesn't exist. Good morning, Darshan. Good to have you here. Include navbar.html. What am I doing? Sometimes I just need to copy the name directly. Why no front-end library like React? I have a video on when I use React and when I don't, and I could use React for this, but it would actually be more work than necessary. I don't have that much logic in here. Usually I like to use React when there's more interactive components, more functionality on the actual site, but there's not much other than registering and submitting. Like if there is more, then I can easily just build an API for this and do that. Okay, let me just think right now. Navbar.html, it's the include tag. So we have extends and include. Something about my file path is off. Oh, okay, there we go. So probably just a file path. So if I go to the event, I can always go home. Cool. All right, we need a user profile. And what I'm going to do is just copy this extension right here just to get that taken care of faster. Get that block tag, end block. And let's just go ahead and get a user out here. So we'll just do H1 for the user profile. And then we'll just do user. We already have the string name for the user name, so we don't need to do that technically. But just to be safe, I'll throw it out there. So just so it's more visually appealing. Go ahead and get the user page going. So we'll bring this up here. Oh, you know what another priority is? Restricted routes. And permissions. So we definitely want to put that in. So that's going to be something I'll do soon. So we'll just do user page request. So it's going to be user profile.html. To react or not react. Someone's asking, can you use other ORMs in Django? Django. Yeah, I think so. I don't know why you would want to. I'm pretty sure you can use SQL Alchemy. I don't know why that would be an issue. It'd be some weird configuration, but Django's ORM is pretty much better than any other ORM you would want to use with it. That's almost a fact, not even my opinion. All right. So we need a user. So actually, we don't need a user profile. We need a user account. Let's just create the profile regardless, because we will need it at some point. So we'll just do user is equal to user.objects.get pk. That's definitely not a priority, but we might as well set that up anyways. I'm trying to make sure the user can actually access their own account and like upload information and so on. So let's see, user. It's in the context dictionary. Then let's go ahead and put this up here. Use.user underscore page. It needs to be a dot. I like this comment. I had to rewire my brain to not use JS to solve every problem. When I moved to Django with front-end frameworks, everything is JS. Yeah, it's funny. It's like a cult-like thing when people get into that. There's so much value in that, but in a lot of cases, again, it always depends on what you're building. In so many cases, you don't need JavaScript or even a front-end framework. I mean, Django pretty much kind of gives you a back end and front end framework, at least with a front end, the templating engine. And in many cases, that's gonna be enough. It just depends on what you're doing. And I just don't need it in this case. Like there's one aspect, like on that confirmation, I can still add JavaScript without using a front end framework, and I can do that right here. But it's not always necessary. There's hacks around, not hacks even. There's just ways around it that make your life so much easier. I always say only use something when you absolutely need it. So that's kind of my opinion with it. So when people ask me why I don't use it, I say why not. That makes sense. Okay, so we'll go to the users. Let's just make sure it works. So we'll go to the home page here. And I guess I could make this user a component right here, but I'll do that later because I use this in multiple pages. Why does it keep doing href ling? Okay. All right, let's try this one more time. See, I can't tell which one's highlighted. This is so stupid. So dark, I think, is highlighted. There we go. Okay. Just wasn't working for me. Okay, so profile and then the ID. User.id. And I just need to take this closing a tag. Okay, we have Todas and Chris B. Cool. Okay, so what I really want is the account page, because on the account page, this is where a user can modify their information. So let's do this for my MVP account page. Modify info, submit event project. We'll just do account page. Yeah, you can definitely use Express.js for your API. Django's a great one for building your API, and so is Express.js. If you already know Django or Python, then use Django. So you said, please tell me, assuming you're saying, please tell me where I can access data from or provide data to an API. Yeah, both backend frameworks are good. And what's DRFW? I'm not sure what that is. I'm assuming DRF like Django REST framework. I don't know what W is though. Okay, so yeah, let's create that account page. Again, we're just gonna go ahead and take some of this stuff. I'll put my phone on the charger. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to do some user permission stuff right now or soon. So this is my account for the page here. Let's just create another view here. We'll do user. Actually, let's just do account underscore page. I don't like the name. Might change it later, but this will work. Return, render. So I can technically access the user object from the front end directly, but I'm just going to go ahead and do user and then do request.user just because I might be able to or might need to actually get some data here, and I'd rather have that functionality or that core logic in my view as opposed to in my template. So we'll take that pass it in. So this is going to get the currently authenticated user, whoever's logged in or whatever information is in that session. We have the account page, and then we have account.html. So let's see. I guess in the nav bar, here's what we can do. Let's go ahead and check if we're authenticated. So this is what I mean by accessing the user directly here. So we can do if request.user. So we can access this in the template. And then we have this attribute called is_authenticated. So if the user is authenticated, we have to use the end if here. And if, let's go ahead and add in a new link called my account. And you'll see how this works. If I'm not logged in, then it will, it will show it. And then, we'll see in a second. I'm like thinking too much here. So let's do account. So we have the URL to the account. We'll say my account, because I was just thinking about adding in the login link too. So, and I don't think we have the URL. So why does account look weird? Is that how you spell account? Yeah, that's right. Okay. So we have account page. We need to create a URL for that. We don't need an ID because it already knows who the user is. Dot account underscore page. Name is going to be account, so that's what's going to allow that link to work. Okay, I'm seeing an error. No. All right, let's try this. So if I refresh it, got an error. Let's see what's going on here. Invalid syntax. Forgot a comma somewhere. Maybe in my view. Request.user. Register. Okay, yeah. I forgot a comma because this dang URL here is so long I didn't see that there was no comma. I got to change that one. Probably have to turn on my server, or maybe there's another error. Okay, module base views has no attribute account page. Okay, I'm missing a C there. Okay, so we have my account here. And what I'm going to do here is add in another condition. So we have if request.user is authenticated, go ahead and show this link. And then what I want to do here is also add in an else statement. So that means the user is not authenticated. So we'll just do else. Let's go ahead and throw in a log out link or a login link. And for now, I'm just going to leave this blank. We'll just put a pound symbol there and we'll just do log out. And if the user or log in, but if the user is authenticated, we also want to show log out like that. So let's try this. So right now I don't have this functionality built in, so I can only see it from the, I can only do this from the admin panel. So we'll build this in shortly. Okay, so we have home, account, log out. And then if I go to the admin panel and log out, now it says log in. So that doesn't work right now. So we'll have to log in from here. And I'll just log in with Dennis right now. Okay, there we go. So that functionality is working. Got a little bit lost here. So what do I need? So I need to go back to my account page. So in my account, let's see. First thing I want to do is render out all the events I'm currently participating in. We render out all the events, and then if I go to an event, there should be a submit button. and a submit and a register button. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So first you'll have to register, and then once you register for the event, then we'll have a submit button. Okay. So we'll go to my account, and again, if I should click on it, account, that's my account. So for now, we'll just render out our own information. So at this point, what I could do is I can just actually access the user object, put a div around it, and we'll just do for event in user dot, how's that relationship? Let's see. User object has no events, event. Okay, I need to figure out all the events that this user is participating in. Okay, so trying to figure out how to create that related name. I think I can just do, I think related name works on a many to many field. Let's see, related name, related query name. Let's see, what's the difference between related name and related query name? Because one of these works for a one to many relationship and not a many to many. Related. There we go. Related name versus related query name. Let's see this. Related query name is for use in Django query sets. It allows you to filter reverse relationship to a related key to continue example. Okay, that sounds like what I need, but what does related name change from it though? Because it sounds like exactly like what related name does. Okay, let's just try related name and then we'll change it. So related name. This is going to be equal to events. So that means that a user should be able to access all the events by just using that keyword right there. User.events. I don't think I need to run a migration for that. It doesn't change anything in the database. I'll just use a p tag for now. We'll just do event. I just want to see if that worked. What the hell did I click? Okay, I just clicked something and it made everything go away. That was weird. Freaking Max. Okay, event dot name. Let's try this. Here goes nothing. Many related manager object. Okay, I think I have to do dot all. I think that's what you have to do there. Heyo, there we go. It worked. See, that's what, yeah. The related name thing, it doesn't really fully make sense to me because if a related name worked, I don't know what related query name works. I'll have to look into that. Okay, so if I want to see all the events that I'm a part of, I can simply go to my account. Here I am. Cool. We'll make this a link, and then we'll go to the actual page, and we will talk about the submissions here. So let's go ahead and wrap this in a link and then a div. Was that Mostux? It says you're so advanced. I hope to get to your level one day. You will. I don't feel that advanced. I just do it a lot. Just keep coding, and eventually it'll become more natural to you. And it doesn't really even feel that natural to me. I just spend a lot of time behind the computer working at it. Definitely don't feel like anything special. Okay, so we'll do URL. Oh, someone's saying I meant that where can I get random data for my API? I'm not sure. I know there's like dummy APIs that you can use, but if you're talking about for your API, I'm pretty sure it's just easy. Go get some JSON data and then just parse it and enter it in. I mean, that sounds simpler than it actually is, but it should be pretty simple to get some JSON data and then just convert it and then add it to the database by looping through it. Okay, so URL event. Okay, so we go to the event, we have register if we're already registered. So now we have to go back to that event page. Okay, let's see. User.name, event description. Okay, register. First, we want to check if the user has already registered for this event. And we want to disable this. For now, I'll leave it. I'll worry about that logic later because it's not that important. I mean, I could stop a user from registering multiple times, or I could just disable it. Yeah, let's leave that alone for now. In order for a user to submit this, what we're gonna have to do is when they click on it, here, let's just start building this out and think through this. Let's submit. Hold on a second, I need some water. Okay, throat dried up there. Okay, submit project. We'll just do that. Okay, so when they click submit project, this should take them to a form. The form should request information about the project. You'll have to fill in the details. And then later on, you should be able to check your submissions and edit them or delete them. In theory, you should be able to submit multiple projects, even though I wouldn't accept that in a hackathon, but it's not like that logic's really easy to stop, and it wouldn't hurt anyone if they did. It really wouldn't matter. So let's just do this. So we need to take the person to a form that has the details behind this model right here, the submission itself. So we're going to create a model form here to make this work. So let's go ahead and create a new template. We'll call this project. Actually, we'll just call this submit form.html. Maybe not the most descriptive name, but we'll start building this out here. I can't wait to get to styling because I'm getting annoyed of how ugly this entire site looks. Okay. And block here. Let's go ahead and do project submission, give it some kind of title. Okay, so we'll create the view for it, and then we'll create the model form. So we'll go back to views here. Let's see, account page, event page. We'll put this down here. Project form page. We'll just call it project form. No, that's not a good name. It's like that joke. It's the hardest part about CSS is naming your classes and IDs. That's how I feel sometimes. I'm like, what's a good name, a good descriptive name that's not too long and works here? Like registration confirmation, just too much. So submission form. Still not a good name, but we'll leave it because we're trying to go for an MVP. We don't care about being perfect right now. See, that was called, what I call the template, submit form. Okay. So we have the template submission form. We'll go ahead and create the URL here. We'll just call it project submission. And I think I'm going to change the view name then. So submit form, then we'll just do project submission. So views.project submission, and then the name will be project-submission. Add a comma at the end. Yeah, I will style the website later. I don't know how much JavaScript I'll need. Definitely won't use React at this point. There's no need for it. So we have the page, project submission. Okay, in that case, what I have to do here is go to the actual template for the hackathon, for the event. Let's see. URL, project submission, and then we need event.id. Okay, so we have the link here, submit project. So when we click on it, it should take us to that project submission form. We want that value to be, what did I click? We want that URL to be dynamic because we need to know what hackathon it's a part of. So what I'm going to do is just take this right here and just copy and paste that. So we make that a dynamic link, which means that we need to go to the view here and go ahead and pass in primary key. Okay, hold on a second. I need to turn down my AC. It's way too cold. And until then, I'm just going to wear a vest because it's freezing. Okay. Go ahead and try this. Refresh it. No reverse match for project submission. Project submission not found. Project submission. I think maybe I named it differently in the template. Yeah, project dash submission. Okay, submit project, and this should take us to a form. We also want to know what hackathon we're submitting this for. So let's just render the actual event into the template. I'm going to use Postgres. Someone's asking about the database. Right now I'm using SQLite while I'm testing, but we need a production level ready database because this will be a site that's actually used. So we're going to use Postgres for that. Pass this context dictionary in there. And let's see, for the submit form, project submission, let's just do submit project for, and then we'll just throw in the event name. Event.name. I guess I don't need quotes around it, but I also don't want it to be an H1 tag. That should probably be like a H4 tag. Submit project for October Hackathon API edition. Okay, so now we need the form. So what I'm going to do here is go into my app here and create some model forms. For those of you that don't know what model forms are, they're basically a way to create forms based on the model structure. So essentially, it's going to take this class. Let me finish this up, actually. It's going to take a model here. So we have a submission. It has these values, and it's going to create a form based off of all these fields, and it already knows what kind of fields to create based on what this value is. So a text field will be a text field in that form. A foreign key will be a drop-down menu with all those related objects listed out and so on. So it creates a class-based representation of a form. So we have forms.py. I have to remember how to do this. So it's here. Let me actually look up some documentation. I figure this is good practice. So Django model forms. Okay, so it's from Django forms, and then we import model form. Yeah, so that's correct. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'll zoom in just so you can see it. So this is in forms.py. We can create these wherever, but I like to separate them. We also need to import a model. So from .models, import submission. Then we create the model form. Inherit from model form. Get some metadata in here. The two required fields are going to be the model itself that we want to create a form around, and this is going to be the submission model. And then we want the field. So for now, let's just go ahead and do all the fields. We could create this as a list, and we probably will, but for now, we'll leave it like that just so we can see it. Then we need to bring the form into our views. So from .forms, import submission form. Okay, so now I need to bring this in here. So we'll just do form is equal to submission form. Go ahead and pass this into our context dictionary, and then we'll render it out. Okay, so now I can actually access the form itself in the template. So this is the beauty of a model form. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and create a wrapper around it. Create a div here so we can style it later, and then we'll go ahead and create the form tags. When we submit the form, we want this to send a post request. So set the method. It'll be a post request. We want the CSRF token. And then we want the form itself. So we'll just do form, and then dot. Actually, we can just do form. So just so everyone can see what it does. We also want the input field, or the submit button. Okay, so let's check this out. Let's just see if it's working. Model form has no model class specified. Let's see what I do here. Model, not models. Okay, so that's a form. It looks horrible. So what we're going to do is we're going to style it, and we can actually use a shortcut where we just do dot as underscore p and just wraps a paragraph tag around it, which basically will align everything. So we have all the form field names, and let me try to rearrange this so you can see the submit button. So we have details, event, and so on. Okay, so before we do anything special with this, what I want to do here is I want it to already know who the current participant is. So I want to pre-fill this field, and I probably also want to hide it too, because there's no reason why, let's say Tadas, while he's submitting a form, he shouldn't need to know who that participant is. He should just assume that it already knows who he is, and he should already know who the event is for, because he's already clicked on the October Hackathon and it's right here. So there's no reason to show these. So let's see. So at this point, I'm trying to figure out how to submit the instance. Now we don't need an instance. Pre-fill the fields. Actually, we don't need any of that. We only need to deal with that on the submission itself. So all I have to do here is process this form. So we'll just do if request.method. So when we're saving this, if request.method is equal to post. And let me comment this out. What I'm going to do is actually remove those fields. Let's see, forms.py. Let's go ahead and make this a list here. And we'll only render out, what was the name of that field? The details. So now this field or this form should only have details. Okay, so that's all we need as far as what we need to see. So now when we're submitting it, we're going to check if it's a post method. When it's a post method, we're going to go ahead and get the form again. And that's going to be submission form. And the instance here, so we we have this parameter that we can set. That's going to be initial or instance. Let's see. I think it's instance. Hold on a second. Let me look this up. I need to do some research here. Model form initial values. Okay, so it's initial, not instance. Pass initial value. Let me zoom in here so everyone can see it. Sorry about hitting the mic there. It's probably pretty loud. We can do initial. Here we go. So let's just copy this. So essentially what we can do is we can pass in this parameter of initial, and we can set initial values. So we have a participant that we need to set and an event that we need to set. So for this, we can go into the view here, and we can say initial event, and that's going to be our current event. And then we can do participant, right? Participant, I already forgot. Participant, let's just copy that. And that's going to be, let's see, that's going to be request user. And let me actually bring those fields back just so we can see it. Why does it look wrong? Informs meta class, it's a model, not models, or model IG. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, I need to put it like that. Let's actually try grabbing this initial right here, and let's see if it works down here. It should. Just want to see what that looks like. We'll go to our model form, and we'll just do fields is going to be _all. There we go. So we set the initial values. That's what we wanted. Perfect. So we don't need to deal with this right now. We can go back and hide those. Let's do Control Z or Command Z. And let's see. So I don't need that. We'll do initial. We pass in the participant, the user, and then we just want to do, we could just pass in the request data. So we'll just do request post. So we're passing in all the post data. So that's how it should be. So we pass in all the content that's in that post body. We send it in, and we also set the initial values. So that's one way to do it. I know another way if for some reason this doesn't work. Yeah, someone's asking. Thanks for being in the stream, by the way. They're asking if could try. If you're leaving, yeah, the stream should be posted after, barring any crazy incidents. I usually always try to post them after. So once we have that, we should be able to do if form.is_valid. So we have some validation checks, and this is where Django is awesome. It does this for us. We just call these methods is_valid. So if the form is valid, we just call form.save, and then it's going to go ahead and add this object to the database with all that data. So let's try this. So a lot of magic under the hood here. So once that happens, we want to redirect a user. So let's do return redirect. Where do we want to send the user to? Let's see. Send a user back to the account. So we'll do account, and then we'll see the submissions themselves. Yeah, let's just try this. So let's see if this works. So let's just do, here is my submit it. Okay, that should work. So if I go back into the admin panel, I should see a submission with this user. So I'm logged in as Dennis. Submissions, October hackathon. Okay, that's the one I created from the admin panel. So something's not working here. So we have, here is my first submission. For some reason, that initial data didn't work. So the workaround that, I'm not sure why that doesn't work. That in theory should work. But what I could do is I can do this. So I can just go back to the form here, and I can get rid of the initial values. And I can do this. So basically, there's this method. I'm trying to remember what it was. So we can do submission is equal to form.save. So what we're going to do is we're going to call form.save and call this thing called commit false, I believe. So commit false basically means that it's going to create an instance of this form or of this object, of the submission object. So it's going to return back this object, but it's not going to commit it to the database yet. So basically we're saying, hey, give us back an instance of this object. Don't save it in the database yet. Let us modify it. So we have an instance of the submission because that's what's happening here. We're submitting it and then we're basically adding it to the database. So I can actually get rid of this and I can say submission commit save false, and then we should be able to do submission, grab that value, and then we can do dot participant, and then we can just go ahead and get the request dot user, and then we can do here. I think we can call if form is valid above. Sorry, there's a few things going on here. So we can get rid of all of this. If form is valid, so we first want to check if the current data is valid. Then we're going to go ahead and not commit it, but we're going to get that object instance. We're going to go ahead and set the participant to the request user. Then we're going to do submission dot event is going to be equal to the current event. And then we can finally save it to the database. So submission dot save, and that will commit it to the database. This should work now. So if all of this checks out, then I think we're set to go. We're good to go. Okay, let's try this. Let's go back to here. Go back to the October Hackathon, submit project, test, and then we'll just submit it. Cool. It looks like it's working. If I refresh it, hey, there we go. So we have October Hackathon. We see test. The event is October Hackathon. The participant is Dennis, and it's all working. So perfect. So now a user can register for an event, and they can submit for that event. Now, let's see. Maybe I can try to stop a user from registering. Let's try to put this into the button here. Let's actually try to disable it. So let's see. Let's go to the event here. Maybe I can add some check in the front end for this. Okay, so we have the event. So in theory, we shouldn't even add the register button, or we should just say you're already registered for the event and then disable it. So how can I check this? Let's go into our models. I could create a model method that returns back a query set of all the events I'm a participant in. So let's see, we have a user. So we already have events. So that returns a query set. Let's try this. So let's do this in the view just so we can do a little bit more error handling. Okay. So let's see. Let's go to the event here, the event page. So let's see, we'll just do if request. Let's do this. Let's do if event is in. Can you, no, not. How do I check if something's included? I know Django 4.0 just added something like this. Let's try this. I want to see if I can look up how I can see if an object is included. Django check if object is in query set. I know you probably can't see me spelling that, but I'm just going to read it out for you so you know what I'm looking up. So how to check if an element is present in a Django query set. I just did this recently. So entry object filter dot exist. Oh, I guess that's one way to do it. I think there's a better way, but I can do, hold on, let's see. Because it's a many to many field. Here, let's try this. I could try doing my events maybe, and then do request dot user dot events dot filter. Hey, what's up? Is it Monir. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Sorry. So if request .user.events.filter, let's just go ahead and print out events. Let's just see what this looks like. So we'll just do print. Just want to make sure I'm doing this right. Just move this up so you all can see that. And let's just refresh the page. Go to the event page. Okay, so we have a query set. I know there's got to be a better way. I'm pretty sure I've seen it, but we'll just do .filter, and then we'll just, let's see, events. How am I doing this? ID. So we'll just do the event ID is equal to the current event ID. Yeah, that should work. Event.id. So if I do that and then just do .exist, now my event, let's see, let's do registered like that. So this should return true or false now. So we'll just have a value that says registered. So if that event is in our query set of events, then that means we're already registered. So we shouldn't register. Then I can pass this value in. Okay, let's refresh it. I know there's a better way to do this, but okay, true. Awesome. So that means that we are registered for the event. So if we're already registered, let's go ahead and pass this into the context dictionary, render this into the template, and then we'll add a condition that disables the button. Cool, that works. And again, this can be put into a model method, probably make that a little bit cleaner. Templates, we'll go to the event. All right, let's see. So we have the register button. So we'll just we'll add a condition in here. So that if registered, so if it's true, then we'll just go ahead and end if, and then add disabled, the disabled attribute. End if. I think it's like that, just disabled. Does that work on a link tag? Disabled. Here, let me try to see how that works. HTML disable link. Pronounced it right? Oh, awesome. Got it right. That's rare for me. I'm usually really bad at pronouncing names. Okay, how to disable links in CSS. Is there a way to do it? I know you can do buttons, but my link disabled? I thought that's what I did, right? Oh, disabled, like that. Or I guess I can make this even easier instead of trying to deal with this. We'll just do this. So if we're registered, we'll just say you have already registered for this event. Make that a paragraph tag, so we'll just do it like that. And then we'll just do an end if or else. So if you're not registered, then you should be able to register. There we go. So you've already registered for this event. And then if I unregister this user, which is currently Dennis, so let's go ahead and go to events, unregistered Dennis, and all we do for that is just remove Dennis from the many-to-many relationship. Okay. We'll just leave the dots in there, but we'll remove Dennis. So now I can register, and then I can confirm registration, and then I'm already registered. And then we can do the same for submitting. So let's go ahead and check that out. So we'll just do submitted. But this is going to be a little bit different because this is different type of relationship. This is one too many, I believe. It should be disabled. Yeah, I thought I did that. It just doesn't work on a link, I guess. Maybe it's disabled true, but because that was for a button. You can disable a button. Apparently, you can't disable a link, or at least, yeah, either way, it worked. I'm trying to check the the comments. I see a manual here. Trying to watch it. Okay. So because this relationship is different, and I could change the relationship if it's convenient, but there is no reason why a person should be able to submit to multiple events. So submission, event, but this query should be a little bit easier. So we can do if, let's see, we're on the event, submission. Let me just think about this participant. So we go to the event and we check if, why is this so hard to do? I guess I could check if there's a submission that exists with the current participant and the current user. Yeah, that should work. So we can just do submission objects filter, and at this point we'll just do participant is equal to the request user. So let me just move this over. Request.user. And if the event is equal to the current event. So if this exists, then we should put on the exist value here, or function or method, and then pass that in. So it should be the same. So we'll just do submitted, and let's just console this, or print this out, not console. Let's print this out, submitted, and that should return true. I think I've already submitted to this event. Let's check the admin panel. So we'll go to submissions. Something didn't work. Submitted. It's not work. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's supposed to be a comma there. Okay, now it's getting warm that I turned off the AC, so I need to take the jacket. Okay, throw in a comma. Okay, let's see the submissions. October Hackathon. We have Dennis for the October Hackathon. It looks like there's multiple submissions. Yeah. So let's go ahead and just delete one of these, because in theory, we should never allow more than one submission. Okay, now we need to check if that's true. So we'll go ahead and console that out. Refresh it. Query set object has no attribute exists. It shouldn't be an object. It should be a query set. Okay. Submitted submission.objects.filter. Oh, it exists with an S. Okay, and let's check console. True, awesome. It's working, and we just do the same thing. So we're just going to go ahead and take this conditioner here, bring this down here, take this link, throw that in here, and we'll just do submitted. All right, we're getting closer. Let's see, if submitted. Oh, I need to throw that in. So you have already submitted your project. So submitted your project. Oh no, I need to throw that into the view. Okay, just distracted myself. Remove that. Okay, let's check it out. Here we go. So if I remove this again, let's just go ahead and remove this submission. Go ahead and save that. Refresh it so we're registered. We go to submit, say, here is my project. Try to zoom in here. Go ahead and submit it. Back to October Hackathon. There we go. So I'll probably highlight that in green or something like that. So let's see. What do I need to do here? What's the priority? I think I'm pretty much ready for login and authentication here. So modify project info. I guess people should be able to, yeah, that's actually pretty important. Users do need to be able to modify their projects, because if you submit it, you should absolutely be able to, yeah, just update a few things. So let's do this. That's account info. So we'll just change this to account info. Submit project for event. Cool. We have that. Trying to figure out how to strike that through, but let's see, account page registration, modifying. Yeah, let's do editing a project. So we'll go back to the account page. We can close this. We don't need this anymore. Okay, so if I go to my account, I should be able to see all the events and all the submissions. So we'll go in here. We already have the events here, but I want to put in some titles here. Let's see, account. Use an H3 tag. So let's just do my events. Just kind of make that more descriptive. And then we'll just do my submissions. Actually, there's probably no reason to do that, because there should be something that basically says whether you've submitted or not for this project. Like, it should just be an attribute within that. So when you're listing it out, like if you go in here and you see this, it should say, like, there should be almost be like a checkbox here, like submitted. I'm just trying to figure out how to check that from a model method. Yeah, that might be a little bit tough. Let me think. Because if I put that into the model method, let's see if I can do this. We would put that into event, and then, yeah, I'm not going to deal with that. I'll make it more simple than that. And then maybe we can add that functionality later. Let's just do this. Let's copy all this. My events, my submissions, submissions. Yeah. Okay, for sub, let's just do sub instead of submissions. In user dot submissions, let's look at the relationship again. Hackathon participants. Okay, so the relationship here. Let's add a related name here so we can refer to it as submissions. Related. So I should be able to access it like this, submissions.all. And then that should take me to a link with the submission. So right now, let's just go ahead and remove this. Let's make sure I didn't break anything. And then sub.event.name. Yeah, so I still want to be able to list that out. Someone says, I think you might want to show only if you have submitted in HTML instead of registered. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess. Well, like I said, you're right. We're trying to go for the MVP. I want to try to get this thing launched today. So still got to think about styling a little bit just to make sure it looks decent, okay? Or at least navigatable. I don't really care if it looks nice. It just, people need to be able to get onto it and know how to use it. So let's try this. Let's go to the account, my events, October Hackathon, my submissions. Cool. So it's working. And then if I go to the actual hackathon itself, all right, I think we're okay. So at this point, when I click on my submissions from here, then what I should be able to do is go ahead and edit that submission. So we already have an event submission form. So what I'm going to do here is create a view for this. So it's project submission. And we're just going to go ahead and call this project let's just do update project. So we'll just do, or update submission. This view is going to look actually quite similar to the one above. So we'll do request PK. So we need to know what submission we're dealing with. And we're going to use that model form. So let's go to the project. No, we don't want the event. We want, okay, maybe it's going to be a little bit different. I lied. Okay, so submission is equal to submission objects dot get ID is PK. And we put a little note for myself. Add owner authentication. I want to make sure that just by knowing a project's URL, you can go and like modify someone else's submission and cheat that way. So we're getting the submission. Then we have the form. So we have the form that's going to be equal to submission form. We already created this. At this point, we can do instance, and we can just go ahead and get the submission. So what it's going to do is it's going to take that specific submission. It's going to render out that model form, but it's going to pre-fill the data so we can modify it. So we'll go ahead and get that, and then let's go ahead and return the page just so we can see it, and then we can see how to update this or how to actually save that data. So return. So save it basically so we can actually modify what's currently in there. So request. And we'll just use the submit form.html. And then the context dictionary. Can you see it? Okay, yeah, you can see everything. If I move that, you can partially see it. Okay, we have context. And that's an empty object. So in here, we want the form. I don't think we need the submission. I think we just need the form. I guess the submission would be nice to have because you're updating it. Let's see, because the submission form has the event. So submit form, submit project for, yeah, we still do need the event. So maybe we can change that later, but let's also get the event. So the event is going to be equal to event or submission.event. Okay, so we'll throw that in too. I don't think we need the submission in there right now. We just needed it for the instance. Okay, so update submission. Go ahead and create the URL for that. Go ahead and create the primary key here or the dynamic value as PK. Throw that in. Views.update submission. Name is going to be equal to update -submission. Add the comma for the next guy. Okay. Save it. Let's see, this is going to be on the account page. So update submission, and we need the URL tag here to make that dynamic. Okay, so update submission, submission ID. I know this stuff's not too fun. It's a little bit repetitive and boring at points. Typo in submission. Maybe in the URL here. Submission. I see someone saying there's a typo. I don't see it right now. Maybe I fixed that, but let's see. It should tell me where it's at. See Cody's in the chat. WebDub Junkie, late night streaming. Yep, prepping for the next hackathon. We're just creating a registration page. People were complaining because I was using a Google form. And yeah, I was using the Google form, and people were trying to get confirmation that they submitted and then end up submitting multiple times. But I figured if we create a website where they can actually like see their submissions and modify them, it'd be the most practical thing. So looks like it's in the URL submission. It's not too late for me. It's 7:43 p.m. So you're on Eastern time. You're at 10:43 for you. I'm on Pacific Standard Time now. Okay, update, submission. Where the heck is this spelling error? Update, submission. Oh, there's an N. Maybe that was it. Okay, update submission with arguments. Not found. Stir PK. The view has the primary key. Oh, I hate this stuff. Okay. Event submission. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where it's at. Manual 345 for you? Dang. Way around the world. Okay, let me do a control F and spell it how you're saying it, and we'll find it that way. So sub. That was in the URL, so that's the one I just found. And okay, let me just do this slowly. So update submission. Update sub. Dang it. It's right there. Thank you guys for the help. I really appreciate that. All right, now it's probably in the template. Update submission right here. Wow, I pretty much spelt it anywhere you can imagine. That's bad. Submission. Brain telling me I need to pause for a minute. All right, it's somewhere here. Okay. Update submission. Okay. Oh, it's Nigeria, so 3:45 a.m. Okay. See, this is why I don't like using words like that. Words that I just have a hard time like sounding out or spelling. I just, especially during a stream, like it just keeps throwing me off, and I'm more prone to errors. Okay, update submission. I'm going to literally highlight it, just copy and paste everywhere. Okay, update submission, no arguments, an account. Hey, let's try this. Let's find a submission. Let's get rid of this right here. Maybe just the way that I'm querying it, because I just added in the related name, and that could be the error. Let's just comment out all of this. Just need to go line by line here. Okay, so it's in the URL somewhere. We got the name here. It's in the view. Update submission request PK. And then it could be somewhere here. Let's remove the context. Actually, no, here. Let me try to submission form, submission. No, that should be fine. Maybe copying and pasting would help. Okay, so I just try this. So I'm going to see if it's in the view. So from Django, I'm just at the point where my eyes aren't catching things now. So from Django.http. import HTTP response. So let's do this, and let's just return an HTTP response and see if it's in the view. I don't think it is. I'm just not reading that error right. Test. Okay, it's in the template. Yeah, I don't know why I even try to look here. I just realized because if I'm in the template here, let's go ahead and undo this. The error is clearly coming from the template. So we have submission. It's either the template or the URL. Okay, it's the template. Okay. Someone says while he's writing code, he doesn't even cross-check. He makes mistakes. Yep, that's yeah. I'm not a real programmer. That's the thing. Not a real coder. Cody says restart everything. Okay, for sub and user submissions. And remove this link. Yeah, it's right here. It's just a related name. No, never mind. Oh my gosh. Sub.id. Oh my gosh. I was just accessing the object the wrong way. Okay, so here's the October hackathon. Here's a submission. So when I go here, here's my project. So this is my submission. So I want to be able to modify this. So let's say I made the submission. I said, here's my project, but I don't like my details because there's not a lot of details in there. So I want to be able to modify that. So when I submit this, the form is submitting to the same URL that we're currently on. So if we look at this, I usually would add something like action and then tell it where to send the data. But there's no need for this at this point because I'm having this be the form to create and also the form to update. So all I need to do is go ahead and go into here to if request.method is equal to post. And let's see, we'll just do form is equal to request dot no, hold on. Submission form. And we'll just do instance is equal to submission. And then we're also passing in the post data. I think I passed in the post data right here. So request.post. Ujwal's in the chat. Good to see you, man. Yeah, we haven't talked in a while. Request.post. Manuel says, nah, you're a real programmer. Well, according to PyTech Solutions, I'm not cross-checking. I'm kidding. He wasn't giving me crap. I'm just teasing, being sarcastic. Okay. Let's see. All right. So we're taking this form, we're passing in the data, we're taking the instance. So basically, if we don't pass in instance, it's just going to go ahead and create a new object for us, but we want to make sure that it's modifying this one. So that's why I did that. So we'll just do if form dot is underscore valid. We'll do form dot save, and then return redirect. Let's just go back to our account. I could just later on I'll add in some kind of message that says like your project was saved or whatever. But for now, we'll just be able to double check that. So let's see. So we have here our submission, and then we'll just do updated. Submit it. Account not found. Don't have a C in there. Okay. So it updated it, and we'll just do updated and yeah, whatever. Save that, go back to the submission, and there we go. So now we can modify our submissions and we can register for the events. All right, what is the most pressing issue? So modify account info, that's fine. Like that's not that big of a deal. I can add that in after launch. Redirect is spelled wrong. Was it really? Redirect, no. Looks okay to me. Maybe I spelled it and then caught it later. Let me get some coffee real quick. Give me a second. My brain isn't working, and I hope the coffee's still hot because I didn't even finish the coffee I have here, and it's cold now, so I'll be back. So I just got myself some good old microwave coffee. It tastes like crap, but whatever. Definitely want to microwave your coffee. Cody still getting the wrong things here. All right. Or mention the wrong spelling mistake. Okay, so modify account info. Yeah, that's not pressing. Submit a project event. Restricted routes, user details. I think we're on to login, registration, and then authentication and restricted routes. I think that's probably the most important thing. Then a little bit of styling. And let's see. Let's just go through the site. Let's just imagine somebody coming to the site here. So they go to the site. We see all the users. We see all the events. Let's say we're already registered. We're logged in. Okay. Ulysses says, I don't speak English, but I understand the logic. Thanks, Dennis. I mean, you're right in English, or maybe it's a Google Translate. That's awesome, though. You seem to have it down. Okay, so we're here. We're on the site. We want to register for an event. We click on the site or click on the event, register. We're good to go. Then later on, when we want to submit it or submit our project, we go to the event again, but we already have submitted that. But when we haven't submitted it, we have the button there, so we submit it. And yeah, I mean, we're pretty much good to go with that. I think we're it's time to do authentication. Let's go back to the MVP here. So account page, modify account, submit event. Here, I need to cross this stuff out just so I can get it out of my site here. Submit project event. And then hosting, obviously. Static files, that's also something we need to do. Okay, let's go ahead and deal with login and registration. So what I'm going to do here is create a template, and it'll be the same template for both pages. So we want to restrict some pages. Let's actually start with restricting pages. Okay, so what pages can a user not enter or should not be able to enter? So homepage, that's fine, regardless of whether they're authenticated or not. User page, they should be able to see a profile. Account page, they should not be able to see a profile. So I think the import that we need is going to be from Django.permissions. Let's see. I'm going to get the permissions decorator here. Actually, I'm going to open it up here. Django permissions decorator. Okay, so from Django.contrib.auth, and let me zoom in here. I just had it. Let's see, where is it? Okay, from Django.contrib.decorators import login required. So all we need to do is go ahead and run this import, and this will require people to be logged in order to see that specific page. So the account page, we'll just go ahead and add the decorator. So we use the @ symbol, and then we'll just do login URL. So this is not a required parameter, but we can add this, which basically says, where do we want to redirect a user if they're not supposed to be here? Well, we want to redirect them to the login page, which we don't have yet. So let's actually remove that. We'll just continue adding this, and then we'll make that page. So the login page, the event page, users should be able to see that regardless. Registration confirmation. No, you should not be able to see that unless you're authenticated. Project submission, you should not be able to see this form unless you're authenticated. Update submission. Okay, so that's those pages now. So let's just try this. Let's make sure it's working. We'll go ahead and go to my account. Okay, I need to go back to the page. So if I go to my account, and then if I log out, okay, I'm blocked. Okay, cool. So that's what we needed. So let's go ahead and make that login page, and then we'll redirect a user. So someone's asking about my VS Code theme again. What I'm using right now, and let's actually change it. Let's see which one you all like better. So this theme is actually, let's see, I just found it yesterday. It's called Halcon, I believe. But I usually like Tokyo Night. This one right here. So which one do you like better? This one's a little bit darker. Some people have told me this one's much better. I want to see what everyone's feedback is on this. Okay, so let's go ahead and make that login page. So let's go to templates. Let's do login_register.html. So this will have both. And on this page, let's see, do we need our nav bar? Yeah, let's just throw it in and then we'll update it. So let's go ahead, not our nav bar, but the main template. Let's just extend it. I think it's going to be fine if we extend it. I don't know if there's going to be any conflicting errors. So end block. Okay, let's just go ahead and put an H1 tag for now. Let's just do login page. Okay, so now we need a view for this. And for the view, I need to call this something other than just login. So I'm going to call it login page because there is a function that I'm going to use called login that actually has logic to it. So it's going to have a conflicting error to that if we use that. So we need to make sure that the name isn't just login. Let me get some more coffee. All right, so login, return, redirect. Let's see, is the light too bright on me now? I think now that it's gotten darker, probably don't need it as bright. Let's turn this down. It's kind of killing me. You know what? That's fine. I'll just keep it completely off. It feels a lot better. Okay. And I need a haircut really bad. Hair's getting crazy. Okay, not return redirect, but render. So this is going to be login_register.html. Someone say Tokyo Night is better. Both look good. Yeah, I like them both. Tokyo Night is a little bit more defined, I believe. Like the colors seem like they are easier to understand. The other theme has too much yellow. I don't really like that about it, but it looks really good when I'm using JavaScript. With Python, it looks off. Okay, login register HTML. Let's throw in a context dictionary. Okay, so I'm probably going to have to read some documentation here for this, but for now, let's go ahead and just create the URL and then handle that redirect for all the pages. Views.login page. Name is going to be login, just like that. Okay, so now let's try it. So if I go here, let's go back to the account page. Go ahead and handle that redirect. So that was on or in the views somewhere here. Views.py. Okay, so inside of this decorator, we can just do login URL, and that's going to be login. So that should send a user back to the login page. So let's try that again. No. Let's save it. Maybe I didn't save it. Okay. Here, let's look up the login URL. That's weird. Okay, am I doing this to the wrong page maybe? Well, let's see if the page is even working, first of all. Let's start with that. Okay, so we have a login page. Someone's asking, why are you passing user to context? Why am I passing user to context? Oh, because I'm accessing it in the user page. I know I can do that from the template, but just happen to do it that way. Provide the path in login required. That's what I did, right? Login. I thought I could just do the name. Maybe I have to do that. That doesn't seem right though, because Django is really good about giving you the URL names, so they're more dynamic. Okay, let's try accounts again. That's weird. Let me just pass this into the other pages. Definitely have to solve this issue because it's kind of a big deal. And I'm looking at the documentation. And it says login required takes the login URL field, which redirects a user. Login URL at login required. It's plural. Oh, well, not accounts. Is that what I did? Oh, dang it. Wow. Okay. My bad. Okay. So now when I go to account, I know you probably can't see it because this computer is massive and it doesn't zoom in the browser, the actual URL to the browser bar. You probably don't see that as well, but that's pointing to the account page and it redirects me here. So any page that I go to that's restricted, thank you for that in the chat, by the way. Yeah, it was just, I spelt it. I was passing in the wrong URL there. Okay, so it's working. So now pages are restricted. So let's go ahead and build in the ability to log in without having to go to that admin panel. So and later on, we'll build in permissions for users that can access only specific parts. So at this point, we have a few registered users already. So we'll go to the login page. So login user. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a condition here. So because I want the same page. Oh, I keep doing that. I want the same page to have the login and registration page. So what I'm going to do here is create this condition that says if page is equal to login, or if page is equal to register, then we're going to go ahead and render the register form that's going to say register. And then we're going to go ahead and do and if else, and then else is going to be the login page. So we'll just do else, and then we'll just do login user. So what I'm going to have to do is go ahead and pass in the page through the context dictionary so we can read that. So the logic is going to change and we're going to render out different content here. So the page is going to be equal to login, and we'll just throw that in as a string. Pass this in here. Page. There we go. So now we have the page. So if the page is login, we see login user. Perfect. And then we can do the same for register page. So let's actually do that. We'll do register page. we can see that logic work. We're going to have to do this anyways, so we'll just do register. Pages register, login register, and then we just need a URL. They're both going to render the same template. I guess I could just access the URL itself, but this works. Okay, so now if I change this to register, we have register, and then if we do login, we have login. Perfect. So all that logic is working. So let's see, what do we want this page to look like? So on the login user page, let's go ahead and create the form. We need a CSRF token, so I'm just going to pass in all the default stuff, CSRF underscore token. And for this, I'm actually going to manually just build out the form. So we'll just do post from the method. And we actually want to send this data to the login page specifically. So action. So at this point, we do have to specify it. And we want to send the user to URL login. And then I'm going to create a wrapper around each form field because we want to style this later. So it gives us access or the ability to do that. We'll add in a label. And we'll just say email. I really want to remove username from required. I just want to make sure it doesn't ruin, basically ruin how users register and doesn't mess up the user model. So we'll see. I'll try to do that in a second because I really don't like the idea of needing a username. Well, I don't know. We'll see. So input type is going to be email. Name is going to be email. So it's going to be an email field. I really want to get this done before tonight. It's already 8:10. I don't know how late I want to go, but I want to launch this. I'm going to start really prioritizing only the most important things. Okay, let's do text for this one. We'll require users to, you know what? No, a username is good. We'll require it just because it's like Twitter. I mean, you register with your email and username. It's a common practice anyways. We'll force people to have that. And I'll actually put the username above the email. You can log in with your email, but you still need the username. And then we need a password field. So this will be password, add a colon there. Praveen's in here. What's up, Praveen? You are using accounts. Oh, yeah, back to that original error. Okay, so the type here is going to be a password field. So we don't want it to be visible as I'm entering a password. We need the name as we send the data back. And then last, we need a submit button. So we'll just do div around that. Type is equal to submit. And then the value is going to be the text of this button. That's going to be login. Okay, let's check it out. See what we got. Login user. And I'm super zoomed in, so that's why it looks like that. Okay, login user, email, password, user. Why is it putting my email in the username field? That shouldn't be the case. Oh, I didn't change the label, maybe? That's kind of annoying. That should not be the case. All right, well, either way. Well, no, we don't need a, this is the login page, not the register page. So we don't even need the username field. Let's just comment that out. We'll take it later for the registration. Okay, so when I log in, we're going to send this data. We're going to send it as a post request. We have the CSRF token. We're sending this to the login page. So what we're going to do here is we need to make some more imports here. So let's see. This is going to be Django. I'm just going to look this up. Django login function. So there's actually a function that will create a session for us and then store that in our sessions and in the database. So we need that, and we need to authenticate a user. So right here, so from Django, no, that's not it. That's the user model. Let's just do Okay. Okay, so from Django.contrib.auth, we're going to import authenticate and login. So these are two methods we need to log in a user, and I'll explain what each is doing here. So we'll just bring that in. We don't need HTTP response anymore, so I'll just paste over that. So we have authenticate and we have login. Okay, so when we send this data to the login page, let's go ahead and check this. So if request dot method is equal to post, so we're just going to go ahead and let's see, want to log in the user, authenticate. Let me think about this logic. We want to pass in the username and password. Let me pull up an example. Let's look at the documentation. So we authenticate a user first. That's what we do. Okay, so we pass in the username and password. So here we go. So we can just do user is equal to authenticate. So we're using the authenticate function. And essentially what authenticate is going to do is it's going to check if this is actually a user in the database, but it hasn't logged us in. So it hasn't done anything yet. So we're just going to go ahead and pass in, let's see, the username and password, which in our case, we can pass in the email. So the email, and then we can go into request.post, and then we can actually just get the email value. We'll pass in the email. Let me just move this over. And let me indent this. And then we're just going to go ahead and get the password. So we're authenticating the user. We're making sure this user actually exists with this password. And then we can do request.post. And that's why the form field names are important, because we're actually accessing those values. And that's going to be password. I want to make sure I got the name right here. So let's see. It's a type of password and the name is password. So once we authenticate user, we're going to check if we got a user. So we'll do if user is not none. So basically if these values are not authentic or the credentials don't work, then it will return none. If it does go through, if it does pass that check, then we'll actually have the user object. So what we can do is if the user is not none, that means this all checked out. We can actually go ahead and do login. I believe we can do the login method, which we pass in request and then the user. So we have to pass in the request object and then the user that we want to log in, and then this will create a session. I think that's how you do it. So let's just go ahead and do return, redirect. And at this point, let's just send the user to the home page, but later on, we'll send the user to the page that they were trying to visit. So let's say a user tried to go to their account. It blocked them. It sent them to the login page. When they log in, they should proceed to the page that they were originally going to, because that's the logic we're used to seeing nowadays. People come to expect that, so we need to build things that way. So let's try this. Login user. Let's go ahead and click login. Hey, there we go. Now we're logged in. So now we see account and log out. So if I log out, well, that doesn't work yet. I still have to log out from the admin panel. So let's go ahead and build the log out page. And this one's going to be really easy. So let's just do logout_user, because it's technically not going to be a page. It's just going to be an endpoint. And this one's going to be very easy. We're just going to go ahead and import the logout method. All you got to do is pass in, I believe, the request object and no, that's it. You just need to pass in the request object, and it'll delete the session from your sessions, from your browser session, which means that the user's logged out. It's just deleting that. And I'll show you what I mean by that if you don't understand that. So, okay, so we'll just do return, redirect. We'll send the user to the login page. So this method is going to be very simple. So when a user goes to this view, we're just going to go ahead and call the logout method and pass in request, and that's it. Now we just need the URL itself. And let's just copy login. Bring this in here. We'll just call this one logout. Logout_user. And then the name itself. This will be log out. Okay, so I need to add this to the nav bar now. So log out. Let's go ahead and add in some URLs. And this is in my, I guess I don't really need to explain too much. This is all in my courses, both the free ones and the paid ones, all on my YouTube channel or my Udemy account. So if you really want to know about this, I'll highlight it quickly, but you can just check those out. Okay, let's try this first. Let's refresh it, log out, and we're logged out, and then we log in. So right now, let's say we're logged out. If we go to network, or go to inspect element, check our network tab, application, we go to our cookies. So if I log in, we're going to see the session ID. So the session ID was created, and when I log out, all that method does, I'll try to zoom in a little bit more. All that method does is it deletes that session, and that's what logs our user out. So that session ID stores all that information. So we have our login and log out functionality ready, but users need to register. So let's go to our priority here. So we need to be able to, let's see, log in and register. And then we need to restrict access only to owners. So these two are really important. So let's highlight that because I do not want to publish this without at least having that ready. And then I can just remove that. Okay, user details, I can get rid of that for now. Right, so for registration, luckily for us, there's actually a built-in form that we can use. And we'll just use that form. We'll keep it simple. Okay, so we also want to send a user here. So when they're on the login page, they should be able to be redirected. So we'll just say, we'll ask a question. So just say already have an account. And then we'll throw in a link. So if they already have an account, we can just go ahead and send them to, hold on a second, don't have an account. We'll ask. So we will say, don't have an account. And then we'll add in a link here and then we'll tell them to go register. Okay, so that'll send them to the register page. So let's check this out. Okay, so on the register page, we'll do something similar. And we'll say already have an account. So we'll ask them the question, then we'll send them to the login page. Okay, now for this, whoops, what did I click there? So register, no, that needs to be log in. Okay, so we can go between the two, and let's just look this up. We'll just do Django register form. So there's a form that we can use. It deals with all that. We could manually create this, but let's use what Django provides for us. And I would rather read the official documentation, but this should work. So it's a user creation form. So we're going to copy this import. This is from Jasha, written article. So let's give her some credit. This is on I don't even know this site. It looks like maybe a custom site. No. Okay, so we're going to go to our views, and in our views we have this model form. It's called a user creation form, which we can modify, and we're going to use this form. So it's a model form. It's going to give us everything we need and all the logic to actually register a new user. So we're simply going to take this form. We'll go to the register page, and we'll just do form is equal to user creation form. We have the form. And we'll deal with the logic in a second. I want you to see what the form looks like first. So we'll get this form out here, and then we'll go to the login register page. And we'll just create a div around it so we can add some styling to it later. And we'll just go ahead and create the form itself. This data is going to be sent to register. We want to add in a CSRF token. It's a Minoj, I believe that's the name. Good morning to you too. We have you in the chat. So just pass in login. Oh, someone was responding to that one. Okay. Pass in our CSRF token. Okay. And let's go ahead and just get that form. So we'll just do form as P, and then we'll style it more later. Form.as_P. And then the input for the submit button. The value will just say register. Just want to add in some more context here. So that's going to be the text on the button. Okay, let's see. I made that way more difficult than I needed to be. I was like trying to drink my coffee and open up the other screen. That was pretty challenging, actually. All right, so here is a register form, and honestly, it looks terrible. It's got all these validation checks in it, which could be good for us right now, but I definitely want to simplify it. But this is what that form gave us. So we have our username, password. It doesn't have an email, which we need an email. So we're actually going to customize this form. So what we can do is we can go ahead and inherit from this form, make it a model form, and then add in the email field. Wings Design says simply top, following you from the beginning. Congratulations. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's go ahead and customize this because we need an email because that is a required field. Otherwise, our form is going to fail. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this form. I'll bring this into not models, forms.py. Where's this import coming from? From re-import L? I must have clicked something random and that happened. So let's do this. We'll just do custom user creation form. Class is equal to custom user creation form. And we're just going to go ahead and inherit from this. Class meta, do we need the model? Yeah, I think we need a user model. Also need to import the user model. I just realized that. Yeah, these are some weird imports. I don't even know where they're coming from. So for now, let's just get all the fields. Yeah, let's start with that, and then we'll just actually no, let's just do what we need. So we'll just go ahead and go by priority. So we'll just do username. We need an email field. We need a name. Later on, we'll actually add in an avatar for the user profile. I think it's password and password 1, I believe. Password. Let's just try to save it like that and see what happens. Okay. So we have our custom user creation form. So what I'm going to do here is actually go to close all these out. Let's go to our views. Let's import the custom or the user creation form, or let's remove it, and then we'll import the custom user creation form. Custom user creation form. This can go into here. Let's check this out. Let's see what happens. Password. Okay. I think that's good. Password confirmation. Is it really getting all my fields? I thought it was password 1 and 2 for some reason. Let's try this. Password 1. Let's see if that throws an error. Password 1 and then password 2. Let's remove the username. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, so yeah, it is working. So we'll just throw in password. I think that's enough. I think if I just put in password, it should give me both passwords already. So we'll just do Control Z, throw in the username, leave that as password like that. And let's check it out. Okay, so password and confirm password. Let's just try password 1 and 2. That doesn't seem right. With Manny Cherry, I think that's the name. Kamara, good morning to you all. Everybody on that side of the world is just getting up. It's late here. Yeah, okay, so password 1 and 2. So password must be 8 characters, not be a commonly used password like the word password or dog or something like that. Okay, so we have all that. All right, let's process this. So in order to register a user, let's do this. So we'll just do if request dot method is equal to post, form is equal to custom user creation form, and then we just pass in the post data, request dot post. So if form dot is underscore valid, let's go ahead and save the form, which will create the user. Okay, so we'll just do form dot save. All right. At this point, I just want to return the user to the login page and then test login. And then what I want to do here is log in the user right away, because it's also common. I guess it's what people are used to when you register. You don't want to have to register and then log in. You just want to be logged in right away. So let's see. Let's just do return. Someone tell me why I feel cute when I see Python. I don't know. Maybe because Python's sexy. Never felt cute when I saw Python, but if that's how you feel with it, it's awesome. Okay, so let's just do register. Let's register with a new name. Let's just do Jake. We'll use a more of a common name, jake@email.com. Jake from State Farm. I don't know if people around the world will understand that joke. We'll use some kind of password. Okay, now we're just going to click register. And let's log in as Jake. Jake@email.com. Boom, there we go. Awesome. Jake from State Farm, we registered. All right, so that worked. Now what we want to do here is log in the user right as they register. So if everything checks out, then what we want to do here is redirect the user probably to the home page from here. And then I want to go ahead and authenticate the user. So let's see. So what I could do is, where's the register page? Okay, so we have form.save. So I think this will return a user instance. Let's do this. Form.save commit is equal to false. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll do user.save. So now we for sure should have the user object. And then we can go ahead and log in the user. There's no reason to authenticate the user. They just made their username and password. So now we just want to go ahead and log them in. So we'll go ahead and do user, login, and then we'll redirect them. All right, let's try this again. Log out. Who do we want to register as? Let's see. I'll take a name from here. Let's do Manny. It's an easy name to spell. Manny. We'll do Manny@email.com. Manny from the chat. register, and Manny is logged in right away. So I see log out, I see my account. Awesome. And maybe you can add something that says like hello and then the person's name. Cool. All right, it's all working. All right, what's another pressing issue? So login, register, restrict access to only owners. Okay, so I'm trying to remember how to do this. I've done this a lot in the past. I'm just trying to remember what I did here. So specifically when we're editing a submission, I think that's the only one. If request method is post. Let's see, submission. Let's just do this. We'll just do if request dot user is not equal to submission. We'll just hack this together. There's better ways to do this, but we'll just do if the current user is not the current user dot or not the submission. What's the attribute name? Participant. Then we just want to say return HTTP response. We'll just say you can't be here. And I guess I need to import HTTP response now. All right, let's try it. So let's see. Manny from the chat, we're going to go ahead and register for the October hackathon. We'll register, confirm it. We've registered. Perfect. We see that. Let me zoom in a little bit. Now we want to submit a project. We'll say, here you go. We submit it. Here's our submission. So the ID is 5. And by the way, we're going to change that too. So the ID for this person is number 5. So now let's log back in as Dennis, even though I'm an admin, but I still at this point want to restrict anybody from seeing this. I'll have my own admin panel to modify this. So let's go to my account. We'll go to submissions. And now let's go ahead and pass in the ID of 5, which is Manny's. And I'm blocked. I can't be there perfect. I don't want people modifying other people's projects or submissions, even though it'll be rare for, oh no, there's actually opportunities for people to see each other's. I'm going to go ahead and change the ID. So right now we have the integer ID, which is not good because people can just start with 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just keep hacking their way together until they find one. I'm going to use something like a UUID, which is this long 16 character digit that is really hard to replicate. Okay. Dennis, would it be possible to log in with SSN instead of you? Yeah, I mean, why not? Just make the SSN your username, or go ahead and to do that, all you need to do is add in an attribute that says SSN, right? I'm assuming it's social security number, even though I don't think that'd be too safe to do. And then you'd want to do, make it a text field, and then username field, you just change this to SSN right here. That's as easy as it is. In theory, you don't even need to modify that. Just make that the username. That's all. Okay, so let's go to, again, the more pressing issues. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Modify account info. We'll block users. So we got that taken care of. How's everyone in the chat doing? We have 67 people watching. So cool to have everyone here. It's really awesome to be coding and getting feedback and teaching at the same time. I love it. I really miss doing this. All right, let's see. Format. My back is killing me right now. Okay, login users restrict. Okay, account page. Yeah, we got all this taken care of. Okay, I think the UUID thing is really important. So we're probably going to take care of that right now. Hosting static files. I guess I can try to host it first. Let's see. Why not? Why not told the REST API related projects? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Okay, let's see. Hosting static files. Hosting is obviously going to be very important. So we'll make that green. I don't remember what shade I used. Let's see, event page, we have that format. Text strike through. Is that Daryl finally catching a live stream? I usually watch the videos after. Going to stay up to see the CSS. Well, now you put pressure on me because I was almost thinking about getting lazy and not doing the CSS, but I'll do at least enough so it looks decent. So let's do this. I need to configure the static file. So let's actually do the CSS right now. So we'll run through the site. We'll see if there's any more pressing issues. Right now, the main thing outside of the Postgres database and hosting is the UUID stuff. So I'm going to style it a little bit. The UUID stuff is going to be really easy. I'm essentially just going to remove the database completely. I'm just going to just scrap it and then build out a Postgres database. So that's going to be really easy. We'll just host it with Railway. And then, yeah, I'm like, I have so many thoughts in my head. I'm like trying to think and talk at the same time. Okay, yeah, we'll deal with the pressing stuff. So let's go to the site and let's find what we need here. And I'll try to find that domain that I bought for this. Okay, so, all right, we go to the site. We have our homepage. We see all the events and we see all the users. We can view users. We don't have any details about them right now. Maybe we can fill those out. In our account, we see all of our events that we're a part of, and we see our submissions. Perfect. We can edit those submissions. And that should be about it. I mean, I guess I need to put in the October hackathon details. We'll talk about that. Are you using UUID as primary key? Yes, that's going to be the new ID. Oh, Praveen, get out of here. Why not DRF? I'm assuming you're messing with me, or if that's a genuine question, you should know that. Because I don't need it at this point. That's why. Okay, let's style this up a little bit. So let's go to Figma and let's draw up a design. I'll try to make this minimalist. I just want to make sure it's at least formatted and we have some decent stuff going on here. Someone's asking if this is a beginner or advanced level project. I mean, technically this is actually a real application. In theory, it's pretty beginner because I'm not using any JavaScript or anything like that. I'm not using any complex logic. Like, this is something that every beginner that's learning should at some point learn anyway. So I think it's pretty beginner friendly. Maybe the stream isn't beginner friendly. I have other videos you should watch because I'm not really teaching here. I'm just hacking stuff together. But yeah, so Praveen was joking. Is there going to be ORM? Yeah, I mean, we're already using it. It's in there. Okay, so let's see. Figma. Remember how to do this. All right, new Figma file. I'm trying to remember. Oh man, I just got a cramp in my leg. That does not feel good. Okay, so let's create a frame. Let me zoom in here. I want to make sure everyone can see what I'm doing. This might be a little bit challenging. See if I can zoom into the entire site. Unfortunately, you might have to stay like this. I'll try to zoom in like this section right here, but the entire site for some reason doesn't zoom in. I don't know how to do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and make this frame like a desktop size. And again, you won't be able to see the actual text here, unfortunately. Oh, here, maybe I can try to do this. Try to change this to 500%. No, that doesn't really change much. Yeah, you won't be able to see much of what I'm doing, but I'll talk to the styling. As far as like the actual like hex colors and stuff like that, like we'll see that eventually in the code. So let's see. There's a way to set the frame size. I'm going to try to redo this. I'm a Figma rookie here. How do I do this where I set the size based off of like desktop or like basically different type of window sizes? Because I want to make it at least proportional. Maybe somebody knows. So it's looking good from here where you zoom in. Yeah, if you're on a computer, maybe it's good. I know some people are going to be on a phone, so that's the unfortunate part. But maybe I can go for. Oh, here we go. This is where I select the size. So let's just set like some kind of desktop here. So here's our desktop size. Let's look at the site here. Let's see. We have our nav bar. So I'm just going to keep this in white mode here. We'll keep it as simple as possible. We'll add in some kind of like eggshell color. Well, I guess, yeah, for now never mind. We'll just keep it flat white. Okay, so I'm going to make this about 75 pixels in height. Put this all the way across. I'll deal with the colors last. Now, in here, let's see, we want our events. So I think there's not going to be that many events. If anything, I can like paginate them. So we can just do like the top 3 events. So we'll just do this. Let's go ahead and put events like this. They'll just be up and down. We'll add in some text here. And maybe I can have someone, maybe the winner of the design hackathon will get this as like a contract. Maybe I can award them a contract and then pay them to do this. So the winner is already going to receive $500 for that hackathon. And a project with that might be nice too. A paid project. Okay, so events. We'll list these out. Let's see, how tall is this? So we can list those out, and then for the actual projects or for the users, I don't want to call it participants because this is like people that participated in past hackathons, ones that are going to participate in the one that's currently going on. So let's just see. We'll just do hackathon participants. The text. Okay, so hackathon participants. And for the width here, let's just do 300 pixels. I want to make that proportionate. Height, we'll just leave that like at 200. Actually, no, let's make that even smaller. Let's do 200. So yeah, 200 should do good. I'll be able to have at least 4 in a row. I'm not sold on this part right now. So this is going to be basically users that are registered on the site, which are current or past hackathons. Answering Daryl's question. Okay. So we'll do October hackathon. Then API edition. And we'll bring in the September hackathon too, just to kind of see what it would look like here, just to visualize that better. Portfolio edition. The problem here is that if I make this full width, and it seems like we have a lot of empty space, and that seems unnecessary. So I guess what we could do, let's just do this. Let's just make the hackathons about 400 pixels or just half the width. So let's just do that. We'll lock these 2 together, move this up here, grab this. Again, we're not going for perfection right now. We're just trying to make something work. And then for the size, let's just do 18 pixels for that. Yeah, hyphen would be better. Okay. I'm actually not using HTMX, and I've never used it. I probably should try it at some point. But I actually don't mind adding in a little JavaScript in, but maybe I'm missing something that makes it easier. So let's see, what kind of details do we have for the events? Let's look at our models here. So we have a description, participants, date, We do want to throw in the date, so let's just do. Might throw in a start and end date. We might even modify this. So we'll just change this to start date and end date. Then registration deadline. We'll throw that in. We'll have to run some migrations for that. Oh, crap. So it's making me set those values. So I'm supposed to set null to true. Ooh, that's a good one. Number of registered participants. Yeah. So really good one. So let's see. Yeah, that should be easy to do. It's just a many-to-many field, so I don't need to have a custom attribute for that or anything like that. Okay, so at this point, let's grab. Oh, what's going on here? Why won't it let me select anything? Okay, let's see. We'll just do registered participants. Yeah, I'll paste some of the style this and then send me the template and we'll recode it up. Let's see. I want it to look a little bit different. Maybe throw in an icon there or something like that. Let's change the size too. Just do participants. And then throw it, like maybe we can do stats here. So we'll just do like registered participants. Let's just say 89 for this one. And just have them go across here. I know this is a terrible design, but this is the first thing I can come up with. Registration deadline, let's just say something like October 15th or something. So this October hackathon will most likely be on the 20th. So let's just leave it like that. Let's just throw that in. We'll just grab these right here. And let's actually style it a little bit. So bring this up here. The navigation. Create some kind of logo for it too later. Let's see, I want to make this some kind of button, so we'll add some styling to that later. I'll just kind of customize it as I go with it. So I'll just make this like the wireframe and then add the CSS to it instead of like dealing with all the styling here. So, okay, account, log out, log in, register. Okay, cool. Registration countdown. That's not bad actually. Days left to register. Maybe I'll change it to that. I'll just do that while I'm coding it. Okay, so for the hackathon participants, here's what I want to do here. I want to add in some kind of image. So we'll just throw in my picture here. Let's see. There we go. I was trying to grab that, make it a circle. So I figured if we just do this and maybe make the pictures 75 pixels by 75 pixels. Right now, you're entering the hackathon as individuals. If you want to build a team and split the earnings, one person will get paid out, and then you can decide what to do with that. I just won't be paying people out individually. So this one is individuals. Okay. Let's see, what kind of detail do we have about the user? Actually, let's do this. Let's do some kind of, oh, what did I click here? Some kind of bio. So let's go to my Twitter account. And let's see. Just take my bio from here. We use that as our example. It should be about 14 pixels, maybe smaller. Fix the indentation here. Okay. For some reason, that seems like it's more than 12 pixels. Let's just extend this then. So we'll put people's short bio there. Maybe we can just center that. Okay, that should be enough for this part. Let's just start coding this up, and then we'll move to the other pages. And as far as like the colors and stuff like that, I'll figure something out on the way. So we'll just work on it. So let's go ahead and start dealing with the navigation bar and the homepage. So first of all, we need to configure our static files. So in order to even use our CSS here, let's go ahead and create a folder called static. And then here we're going to store our CSS in a folder called CSS. And then we also are going to, I don't think we'll use JavaScript, but let's create a folder called images because we do want some images in here. And we're going to create a main.css file. So this will be the main CSS. And then later on, if we style something else, like our profile page and want custom styling with it, then we'll leave it, or then we'll create a new file for it. Prashant, good morning. Good morning, Ilias from Sweden. Everyone's waking up. I'm about to be going to sleep soon. Okay, so let's go ahead and connect this. So in order to configure our CSS files before we can even write any CSS, we'll go into settings. We'll go in here, static files underscore dirs, so static file directories. And we're just going to go ahead and add in this new static folder that we just created. So we're going into the base directory and we're saying we are registering that folder. So now go ahead and look in there for static files. Okay, now to use that, let's go ahead and actually go to the main.css file and let's just do color and then red. We'll just, hold on, what did I do here? Oh, we'll just do body. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, okay. So we'll do star for everything, and then we'll just do background color yellow. So it's going to look ugly, but we just want to see if it works. So in order to actually use this, we'll need to go into one of our templates. So we're going to add this to the main template. So in main.html, we first have to load in our static files. So we'll do load static. We'll use the load tag, and then in here, oops. So there, by default, the boilerplate code already came with a link tag to our CSS. So we're just going to go ahead and modify that. We'll comment out the JavaScript because we're not using that. And we're pointing to, we're going to use the static tag here that we just added. So we'll use static, and then we're going into CSS/main.css. Now we have single quotes out there, so we have to use double quotes here. And that should do it. So let's save it and we'll do a hard refresh maybe if we need to. There we go. We got that ugly yellow. So our CSS is working. Invent Nepal. Good morning from Nepal. Good morning to you. And then try to say this name. Ibramanov. Ibramanov. I think that's how you say it. Let me know if I got that right. Okay, so let's go ahead and start styling things. So first off, we want some default styling for the entire page here. So let me think. I'm trying to remember all the boilerplate CSS I do or that I like to use here. So we'll do box sizing. I always like to set this. We'll do border box here. We'll leave the default margin and padding. We'll set that. Actually, let's just do margin 0. Let's do margin 0 and padding 0. So I want to reset everything. Let's refresh it. So there we go. We have no spacing here. By default, I want to make sure links don't have an underline. I don't like that. Actually, no, we'll leave it for now. It's going to help us. And then I do want to add in a font. And there's a font that I like to use on my personal website. I'm just going to grab it. So my personal website is actually publicly available on GitHub. So I'm just going to go ahead and go to the GitHub repo and grab what I'm using here. So I just imported a Google font, and I want to use that in this website. So we'll go to styles, main.css, and we're just going to import this one. So it's Redux Pro. Let's bring that in here. Okay. Oh, dang it. I forgot to even apply it, though. So we'll just do font family. Maybe it's in here. VS Code theme. It's this one's Tokyo Night. I should need to put that in like my bio somewhere on my website, like just things that I always put into notes. And I get asked a lot about that. And it's a pretty common one too. Okay, so let's go ahead and throw this in. Here I was saying I wasn't going to spend too much time on CSS, and I'll probably end up spending quite a bit on it. Can't help it sometimes. Okay, font's a little bit better. I'm zoomed in, so it's going to be hard for me to tell a lot of things. But let's go ahead and set a main container. I'm really bad at naming CSS classes. This is maybe where something like Tailwind would help me, but I'll stay away from it for now. And let's go ahead and do a container. Container. And then hyphen main. So this will be the main container. I'll have different types here. And what I'll do here is I'll just set a max width here. I want it to be responsive right away. So we'll just do this at 1200 px. I think max width will work, and I want to center it. So we'll just do margin 0 auto. Let's go ahead and get that centered here. We'll go into our main HTML, and we'll just wrap all the content with this. So we'll just do a div. We'll just, we'll use div instead of a section tag. Then we'll do class container -- main. I might just have to set width. We'll just do that, and then we'll use media queries. Oh, you probably don't see it because I'm super zoomed in. Yeah. Okay, so it's working. I'm just zoomed in. I've not tried Tailwind with Django. I'm not that familiar with it. I've used it just, as every once in a while I'll just relax and start testing things, but no, I haven't used it that much, and I haven't used it with Django specifically either. Okay, so yeah, you can all see that it's centered. It's hard to see, so I'll just keep it zoomed in. Start with the navigation bar. The nav bar styling, let's see, we'll just do the nav. Width will be 100%. Height will be about, see, I won't put a height. I'll just put some, actually, yeah, let's not do that. Let's just do a padding. So let's do a padding of about 2 EM. Set that. And let's see, I do want to set a background color for the entire site, and I'm trying to think of a site that I like that has a good shade of white. Maybe that's not the thing I should be focusing on. Okay, so we have our nav here. Cool. Everything's in line. Nav links here. Let's see. Let's do 1 EM for padding for the nav bar. And let's see. Style up the links themselves. We'll just do text decoration. Do none for that. Color, just leave those as black for now. Here's what I'll do. I'll steal the color scheme from my personal site. Let's do that. Because actually, I think I have not like a pure white. It's a little bit different. It's like an eggshell almost. And I have them in CSS variables. So main text color, that's the light theme. I'll just leave this open and keep referring to it. So main background color is this RGB color. So we'll use that. Yeah, so it's like a slight different shade. And I want to put a border bottom. So we'll just do main border color. Grab this one right here. Make sure it's visible. Okay, got it. And I also want to put some padding on this container. So we actually probably should add in some padding by default. Let's just do padding left and right. And I think it's do 1 EM and then 0. I think 1 is top and bottom actually. So I think it's the other way around. So 1 EM and then 0 for top and bottom. Just want to leave it at 0. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, and let's see. So if I go to the Figma design, let's try to move along through this faster. Oh, let's finish up the nav here. So let's see. So in the site here, the logout button, what I'm gonna have to do here is wrap a few things here. So we have this navigation bar. We have all our main links. So this will be put into one div right here. Okay, so my account should be also put in here. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is actually grab this question again and throw this in right here. Grab end if, and then throw in my account right here. Because that should be inside of this div right here with all these main links here. So it should kind of continue there. And then these log in and log out, they should be in their own div to the right side. So just do div here. Fix indentation. And then if I go ahead and take a nav, I can do display flex and then separate those. space around, we'll do space between. All right, so Ankur, you're going to be in that hackathon. Awesome. Looking forward to having you. So, why is the log out not working? I break the link here. Log in, log out. For some reason, the link stopped working. Okay, let's see the log out link specifically. Oh, gotta close that div. Okay, cool. So that's all working. Awesome. Okay, so let's just add some space between the actual items here. So we'll just do nav A, and then we'll just do padding, and then we'll do 0. For some reason, I want to use gap here, but it doesn't work on some browsers. Don't deal well with it. So I'm just gonna have to add in padding or margin to the actual link. So we'll just do margin. I don't know why that is. I got to look that up. We'll just do like, I don't know, 10 pixels. Let's try that. So left and right. Just want to add some spacing. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. Cool. Okay, so now if we go to the Figma design, events here. So let's see, we want a main container around all the events and then a container around the actual items itself. So let's go ahead and go to the home page now. Let's see, we have a section here. This is going to be events container. Or we'll just do a container -- events. And I might use this later, so we'll just make this a class so we can reuse it. Okay, so we have the main container, and we have events itself, and then the events list, which this will also be a class because I might use that later. Okay, so let's see. So basically the events list, I'm gonna have to style each event, and then we'll maybe set this as a grid or something like that. So okay, we'll make this a class. Oh wait, no, this is supposed to be inside. Okay, so I already had this. So we'll do class, and then we'll just call this wrapper -- event. Like that. Okay, so first of all, let's style the actual wrapper itself. Let's get something going here. Be on the home page, take the wrapper event, and let's see. I want that same border on this. So later on, maybe I'll use CSS variables, but let's go ahead and just copy. Let's copy this border color. So we'll take this entire border, and we'll just make this the entire border around the event. Padding, set that to 1 EM, and then let's set a border radius to 5 pixels. Smooth it out a little bit. Okay, cool. And then a width. Well, I don't think we need a width. Let's see. Why is this going all the way here? Oh, I see. Okay, so let's go ahead and add in a media query. I'm trying to remember how I did my app media. And I can do max width and then 1200 pixels. Going on? Looks like Solomita came home. I'm gonna call her out right now. Who's there?
I'm just grabbing wine glasses.
Where are you guys going? Oh, she's out partying while I'm working. I'm kidding. That's true. Come say hi.
Yeah, everyone. I've been having it on play while I was out, so I've been checking in. Have fun.
Yeah. She's got wine glasses. She's gonna go to the rec room, hang out there while I'm coding. Okay, so let's go back to this. All right, so container main. Set this to 100% at that media query, so basically makes it responsive. All right, that's working. So with that, before we add more items to it, let's see, we have the homepage events list right here. So I'm going to display it as a grid instead of we're going to do display grid instead of display flex. Okay, display grid. Then grid template columns. So I think we're just going to do one FR, one FR. So we only want 2 columns for the events. So let's see. So we have one event. Let's go ahead and throw in the September event. We'll just go ahead and create a new event just so we can actually see what that looks like. So we have a better visual representation of that. So we'll go into the admin panel, events. Portfolio edition. Okay, and let's go ahead and add in some loremits into that. Okay, so the start date, I mean, I guess I don't have to worry about this, but let's just do start date 9/6 and then time now. And then for the end date, I think we streamed it on the 20th, 25th, maybe. I don't remember what day it was. Registration deadline was the 20th. Trying to make sure we have some accurate stuff. And then we'll just say something like this event is over. And then save it. And now if I go back here. All right, there we go. Definitely need to add some space between these though. So we'll just do a gap to EM. Okay, got the space here. October Hackathon. Let's go back to the Figma design. Okay, participants. So let's do this. Let's just list out some things. We're not going to worry about the exact formatting of it. So we'll go into home here. Let's see. Event name. That's going to be a strong tag. And then we'll just do a paragraph tag. Actually, let's do small. And then we'll just do participants or registered. Let's do registered. And then we need to get, oh, shoot, what did I click on? And then we need to get that value. So that's going to be event dot participants dot count. You can just call the count method, I believe, just like that. That'll tell me how many people registered. Apparently not. Let's see, participants. I think I have to do dot all and then dot count. So let's do dot all and then count. Save it. Oh, there it is. So it's right there. You can't really see it. So we'll just go ahead and let's make that a paragraph tag so it naturally has that line break to it. Okay, 3 registered. Let's add some space to that. Deadline, let's go ahead and set that. So we'll do paragraph. Event Let's see. Registration deadline. Okay, so for now we'll just leave it like that. I think that's the point is across. At least people need to know when they need to register by. And let's see, for the October hackathon, let's set, you know what, let's just set the registration date like 2 days before. So I think we're gonna stream on the 20th. So I usually like to give myself a day or two to at least like go through all the submissions because it is a lot of work, especially when you have a lot of participants. Let's just make it that Monday, so the 17th. And then we'll just do, I think we can do, yeah, we'll just do now for that. And then, no, that's a start date. So start date, let's just set that as tomorrow. Tomorrow is what, the 5th? Or today's the 5th? No, the 6th, yeah. And 20th. And registration is the 17th. Okay, definitely looks pretty ugly. Let's use like an H3 tag or something. Okay, that should be enough for now. And let's go to the users. So we'll just list out the users, and then we're going to be users, and then we'll be ready to move on to the next section. So let's see, we have a div here. We'll give this a class of user -s wrapper. Okay, username. We'll probably do the same for the styling. Probably use the same card. So we'll do wrapper event, copy and paste that, and then wrapper user. And I just realized the name is backwards. Double hyphen. Okay. So we have that. And then for the actual container, let's do max of 4 for the columns. Display grid. Grid template columns. And I know I can do repeat, but for now we'll just do this manually because I don't remember the exact code for that. And then gap, let's do 2em. Didn't work. Okay, users list. Oh, that should be a class. Good morning. This is exactly what I wanted to watch. Awesome, awesome. That's good to hear from me. Means I'm doing something right. Okay, so let's zoom out. Yeah, it's looking decent. We'll fix up those details here, but as long as we can get started, let's do this. I'm trying to think. Oh, there we got some spam in the chat. Nice. Let's block the user. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm trying to think if I want user pictures because that's not really a priority right now. So if I do that, here's the thing. If I set up user profile pictures, then what's going to happen is I'm going to have to use like AWS S3 buckets to actually add those. So here's what I'm going to do for now. Let's leave a default profile picture. Let's just do that. Let's just find some kind of icon and stick to that. Some kind of like default image, and then people can update it later. Because I do want people's profiles there. So let's just do like user icon or something like that. Let's stick to something like this. Let's see, code battle. Oh man, I completely forgot what we named the site even. So what I'm going to do here is inside of images, we're going to create, actually, no, I'll just leave it there. That's fine. I'll have Salamita make me an icon later and we'll replace it with something that's actually ours. So we'll just do default. We'll just do avatar PNG. Avatar.png. So we have that. Let's see. So then for the actual user model, let's go ahead and add in an avatar. And for this, we need to use something called image field. So models.image field. Then default is going to be equal to avatar.png. And the issue with this is if we use image field, there's a library that we need to use called pillow, and it's going to throw an error. For some reason, I'm not seeing the error though. That's weird. Maybe I already had it installed. How's that not throwing an error? It's like when my code doesn't work and I don't know why, and then when my code works, I don't know why. Both are scary. Okay, let's see. That's funny. So for some reason, I already have, looks like I have everything set up as far as those environments. And it looks like I'm not even working with my virtual environment on. So like it's already dealing with all the libraries that I have. So let's actually fix that. So let's do this. Let's close this one. And let's just do Python manage.py run server. Okay, let's try pip freeze and see what's going on. So do pip freeze. So for some reason, when I run pip freeze, it just installs literally everything, every virtual environment, like packages I've never installed. Hold on, let me refresh this because I keep getting spammed and now it won't even let me block this user. So I might pop out for a second. Okay, so I should be back, and now maybe I can try blocking this person. Wow, I can't even block him. I guess we're all gonna have to see this adult chat dating site. Okay, in the comments there. All right, let's see. So this is, no, it actually looks right. And I don't have, okay, so there's this library called Pillow that I needed to install. And for some reason, oh, that's what's going on. I'm using a different virtual environment. So let's do this. Let's kind of restart this because I want to do this from scratch. So pip uninstall -r requirements .txt. So I want to be able to, if any, I know it's not a tutorial, but if someone's following, I want them to be able to see everything that I did. So requirements. Okay. Clear. So pip install Django. We're gonna have to set that up again real quick. I think that's the only library we've needed so far. So let's just do pip freeze. So at this point, we should only have Django in the packages that come with that. Oh, I didn't install it. So pip install Django. Oh, you guys are so polite. Kindly share your screen. No one's yelling at me even for that. Give me a second. I'm sorry. Present screen. Talking to myself here. Okay. So what was happening is, yeah, anyways, it's irrelevant now. I'm just reinstalling the packages that I need, and I wanted to make sure that everyone sees what I have here. So these are the packages that I currently have. Now, when I run Python manage.py run server, the error that I'm going to get is this right here. It's saying I need to install a package called Pillow. That's because I'm using this image field, which requires an image processing library. So it won't work until I install a package called Pillow. So I used image field here. And then the reason why I wasn't getting the error before was because I already had it installed and I was working off of an environment that already had it. So pip install Pillow. Okay, and then when I run the server, now the error goes away. Okay, so by default, every user should have that image there now. Let's go ahead and check this out. Let's go to the admin panel. So for now, users, and I need to run some migrations. For now, users won't have the ability to upload their own image. And then we'll just, we'll add that feature in later. The profile picture is not really that important. I just want to make sure that they see that they can later, but yeah. And I just wanted to add at least that functionality in right now. Okay, so let me zoom in. So if I go to Dennis, okay, it looks like I already have this avatar set up. Now I need to configure those. So I added that in and I added avatar.png as a default. It knows to look into static and then images, but I still need to configure this because when users upload images, in fact, I'll be the only person with a custom profile picture. And then later on, we'll give everyone that functionality. Let's see. And I might even do that like tomorrow. I'll have to give myself a day. We'll go into settings. Essentially, we need to add in something called media root. So what media root does is it basically tells Django where to upload user uploaded content. So media root. So we're going to tell Django anytime we upload content, like through the image field, go ahead and add that content to static /images. So we'll see this in action in a second. Now, in order to work with the images that we currently have right now, we need to add in static _URL. What did I click there? Static URL. And we're just going to tell Django to find images inside of static and then /images. So we're basically creating like a URL path. That's how it renders those things. If you ever click on an image somewhere, even on your own Twitter profile or YouTube, like those images are hosted somewhere. So you need a URL for those. So now if I click on avatar.png, still not working because I set up the static URL. I added in this area where we upload that user uploaded content, but we still need to actually create the URL itself. So what I'm going to do here is, because I'm lazy, I'm going to go ahead and cheat, and I'm going to grab something from an old project of mine. So we're going to go to my profile. We'll work on a project from one of my old courses, and in here we're just going to go into URLs here. So this is going to be in the root directories urls.py file, because remember we have multiple, and we're just going to import these two things, and I'll just kind of highlight them. So the first thing is we're going to import settings from django.conf, which gives us access to the settings.py file, because we're going to need to access some values. And then we're going to import this static function. And what we're going to do here is we're going to set up these two, or this URL to start with. So this media URL here, we'll deal with the other one later. And we're just going to go ahead and add this URL that's basically going to go into settings. It's going to grab media URL here. Now static media. I'm going to grab this right here, this file path. And it's going to tell it, look in the media root. And the media root is pointing to static and then images. So it's basically just connecting the actual URL. So now if I go back to my admin panel, and it looks like my server is not running anymore. Need to run that server. What's going on? Media URL needs to end with a slash. Okay. So it looks like I need to close that off, and I think I can even start that with a forward slash like that. All right, let's give it a test. Still having an error. Maybe it's just images. I have to look at how I set that up in my other project. Okay, so now if I go to avatar.png, now I can see this avatar. So look at the, well, I mean, unless you're on a big screen, it'd be hard to see that. But yeah, there's a URL to the avatar. So let's go ahead and actually render this out now. And for user uploaded content, because we configured media root, I'm actually going to go ahead and upload my personal picture. So we'll go into the admin panel somewhere here. I might have closed it out, so give me a second. Okay, so we'll go to users and we'll just change my picture, Dennis at Dennis Ivy. Choose picture, and let's go ahead and grab mine, save it. And now when I go to it, my profile picture should actually have my image. Dennis.jpg, awesome. And then if we go into here, because of media root, it knew to upload that picture to static and then images. And that's in here. And there's the picture that we just uploaded. Awesome. And like I said, no one will be able to do that until I actually build that from the front end. So let's go into the actual homepage now. Let's render that out. So we'll just go ahead and add in an image. So we'll just do image source. And that's going to be user.avatar. And now we can't just do avatar because this is going to point us to that folder. We need to do .url. We want specifically the URL to that avatar. So it's different from most attributes that you've seen. So if I save this, it's going to probably break the page a little bit because it's going to be too big. Yeah, so it breaks the page. We're going to add a class to it, and then we'll actually be able to see it. So let's just go ahead and do that. We'll just do user-avatar. And then we'll just do --SM, so a small avatar. And we'll set this one at like 50 pixels maybe in height and width. So we'll do height 50 pixels, width at 50 pixels, and then object fit cover just so it doesn't distort the image. And let's check it out. Control Shift R. All right, there we go. And we don't see me here because I'm not technically a participant, but let's just go ahead and add me to it. So I just need to change my status. Remember, we're filtering that. And I don't know who's here from when we started the stream. How many hours ago? 4 hours and 33 minutes ago. That was a while ago. So somewhere in the admin panel, and honestly, I might grab something to eat. I might get like a bowl of cereal because I'm actually starving now. Okay. Let's go to the admin panel. We'll go to users and I'll add myself as a participant. So we'll just change hackathon participant. We'll set that to yes. And then you'll see me being rendered out. Awesome. And let's make that a circle. So we'll just do border radius 50%. And I might take a little break right now. All right, there we go. How's everybody in the chat doing? Code with Clinton. Clinton, good to see you. Let's see. What time is it for everyone here? Let's see. Clinton, you're in what country are you in? I've asked you this before. I know it's like I don't want to get it wrong, so let me try to block this spammer. Oh, nice. It actually worked. Yeah, someone's asking if I can speak Russian. I can speak Russian and Ukrainian. My parents have my dad's Russian, mom's Ukrainian. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna take let's just I'm gonna grab a bowl of cereal. Let's just walk through what we have so far in our project. Let's talk about our progress and what we need to do for now, or what we need to do up until the end. So at this point, we just styled our homepage. I need to change the UIDs, and I need to style up like the account and actual hackathon page. So this right here looks pretty bad. So I'll go back into Figma. We'll get some designs going for that. Again, this is very rough stuff, but just to make sure it's ready for the hackathon itself, or for the ready to be live, I guess. I'm a little bit worn out. So someone's asking if I can speak Spanish. No, I cannot speak Spanish. Okay. How do I learn all my skills? I just do. I code a lot. So with coding, I code a lot. That's how I learn it. There's not many life hacks to it. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to think if it'd be hard to eat if I'm not like eating into the mic or something. Give me a second. I'm gonna step away. Give me like a minute. I'm just gonna mute this. I'll be back. Got to get those golden grams. Hopefully my chewing's not too loud. I'm just going to think about it. So I'll be a little bit quieter for the next couple minutes here while I'm eating. I'm just thinking about the layout here. In fact, I'll just go to the Figma file and start working with that. I think at this point, the worst page is probably, with a hackathon page. Like, honestly, as terrible as this is, we can live with this kind of login page, this kind of registration page. That can work. But the hackathon page itself, which, okay, no, oh, yeah, I just realized something. So the reason why we're getting this error is because we're checking user information here. So if you look at the URLs or views.py file, it's good that we're catching this right now. Somewhere in here. Project submission, event page right here. So we're checking if the user registered or submitted, and because of this, we're getting event.id, participant, we're accessing the request.user, but what if the user is not authenticated? Maybe we can just force people to register before they view anything. Let's see. Anonymous user has no object events. Yeah, that's the issue. That's in the view. Lit.js, I've never used it. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on it. Someone's asking what I think about it. Yeah, you know what? At least for the, I guess, beta, pre-launch, whatever, let's just go ahead and make this a required page. So you need to log in to even view an event. Oh, I really don't like that, though. That's not good. Here, let's see. Maybe I can add a check in here. This is where React would definitely be nice. Adding a little bit of JavaScript in here because you can do that in the front end. Run those checks. Okay, let's try this. Let's do if request.user is underscore authenticated. It's a function here. It's a method. And we do this. And before then, we can just do request registered and submitted. Both going to be equal to false. And that should the error and still allow unauthenticated users to read about a hackathon. Because technically, you might not want to register until you know what a hackathon is even about. So it seems kind of pointless to do that. Views, line 72. Let's see what's going on. If request.user is authenticated, hi Dennis, is it easier to use class-based views in crispy forms? I don't know about that. Yeah, I mean, well, let me think about it. This is a case where that can help. Crispy forms, well, that's just for styling. So that wouldn't help me with what I'm dealing with right now. If request.user is authenticated, shouldn't that check it? We'll just try to comment this out. Let's just see what this does. Boolean object is not callable. What's the Boolean object though? That doesn't make sense. All right, let's try this then. All right, let me just look this up. Maybe I'm just typing this in wrong. Oh, it's not a method. Okay, that's weird. For some reason, I thought you had to do that. That was only in the template. So it's more like an attribute. Okay, cool. I'm not logged in and I'm able to view the page. Let me try to eat real quick though. All right, I'm back. I gotta wolf that cereal down real quick. I don't want to be chewing on screen and taking or distracting me. I see someone's asking if there's a way to submit with a Cash App. If you can donate through the chat here, and any money that's donated, I will add to the hackathon. I would way rather just give that back in an increased prize money and maybe add more people in. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. But yeah, I'll just make sure it goes back to all participants, and yeah, it'd mean a lot more to me if I was able to do that with it. Thank you. All right, let's get to it. So this page should be pretty easy. I'll just style up the buttons here, and I'll probably create some default styling for all of them. In fact, let's actually go to this login button here at the top. We'll zoom in a little bit, and then we'll just find some button colors for everything here, or for all the buttons. We'll create like a uniform style, and then, yeah. So at this point, we'll go here. So this is like the main content styling. So the BTN. This will be the default button styling, and then we'll add colors. Let's see. Padding. Let's do like 10 pixels and 20 pixels in height and width for some padding. I think all our buttons, we'll actually keep them square. We won't do any border radius on them. Well, let's see. It might not fit if we don't, because we already have some. So let's just do that. Let's do border dash radius, and we'll do 5 pixels. So that's what we've had so far. Text decoration, we want to do none for this. And let's see what else. Color, that should be dependent on the actual color scheme that we're using. So we'll just do, see if I'm doing background color. Let's try like a gray shade. Try cadet blue. Let's just leave. Well, no, that's a pretty specific color. Let's try this, and then we'll do like a different shade of it. Trying to make sure it's visible. And the color of this should be black. Okay, so if I use this button on the nav bar, we should see this get implemented right away. Templates, nav bar. Let's see, log out. We'll do BTN, and then we'll add a shade to it. So we'll add a modifier. Someone's asking how long I've been at it. Yeah, it should be in the. It should say in the video. I think it's 4 hours and 50 minutes, almost 5 hours. I'm just trying to get it done before tomorrow's live stream where we announce the official hackathon. I just want to make sure people can register. I think I forgot to save it. Oh no, that was a login button. So let's quickly log in then. Let's just see it. Do log in. Okay, so there we go. So that looks pretty good for a button. And then we'll add a modifier to that. So let's do BTN hyphen warning. And then we'll just do background color, like a shade of yellow. Here, let me find a more neutral yellow. So warning. Oh boy. Gosh, these spamming things are so annoying. Okay, let's see. Warning hex color. Here, we'll use this one right here. This one looks decent. Oh, I still didn't add it, so. I think it looks decent. Just leave it like that. That'll work for now. And then I just want to do something similar for the other button. So log in, that should just be like a primary color. So we'll just do primary. And for this, I'll actually use that shade of green that I originally set. I forgot what it was though. Let's see. I think it was this teal. Steel blue looks pretty cool. Let's try this. So log out, log in. Well, if we do that, then we need to change the color, the background color to white, or the text color to white then. So log in and log out. Cool. All right, so now I can use this button for the actual event page. So let's see, submit a project, register. Those can be the same color, so we'll just do those as primary. So we'll go into the event page here. This is gonna be one ugly site. So people are asking about the hackathon. So yeah, I guess I can kind of chat while I'm doing this. So if you've been following my channel, I've done about 3 or 4, maybe 5 hackathons, even though I didn't always call them hackathons. But tomorrow's, or not tomorrow's, the one I'm announcing tomorrow, this is sponsored by Agora again. We've had like multiple sponsors, but essentially there's 2 challenges. One is to build an API with whatever backend you choose, Django, Express, Fastify, whatever you want, PHP. You have to build an API, and it's going to be a very minimalist one. Essentially, it's just going to be something that renders out users, specific type of users, and then renders details about them, and then has some search functionality. And then the other challenge is going to be for designers and front-end developers, and your job is to consume an API that I'm actually building. And yeah, you'll have to basically make requests to that API and then call that API and present what you built out of it, the design. And then the winner to the design one will win $500, and then the API one, there will be 5 winners, I think, total. Each one will win $200. So yeah, so there's $1,000 allocated to the people building APIs and $500 to one designer. So that's the hackathon. Someone was asking. All right, I need to sit up a little bit. I'm starting to fall asleep. Okay, so event. Let's see, register for this event. Let's give this a class of btn-primary. Why does that look so weird? I probably need to display it as a block element then. That's probably what's going on here. I don't think it matters where I place that. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. And then for width, let's just do width fit content, I believe. Or is it? Yeah, fit content. Cool. That works. Try to zoom out a little bit. And then I'll just do the same for these other guys. Missed the other hyphen. Let's just do the same for all the buttons. For now, we'll just use the same thing. Add some space between it. And then we want to display it. So let's do this. So we have our title. And probably should change. Yeah, that nav bar is starting to look really ugly though. Okay. Let's fix that first. I'll have to do align content. Line items center. And then padding. Apparently 1 EM is too much. I'm gonna keep checking if it's because I'm zoomed in or what. There we go, that looks better. Okay, let's create a wrapper around these buttons. Okay, let's see. Event hyphen action, maybe? Yeah, let's just try action, like actionable items. Wrapper. It's a terrible name, but it's something I really need to practice. Like CSS names or IDs and classes and even variables. I'm just terrible at that. Such a weird thing to struggle with. Let's just go ahead and add in event page styling. I think it was an ID, right? Yeah, I think it was an ID. Yep. So we'll just do display flex, flex wrap. That should inline those for us. Perfect. And then for the actual content, I think I can do quite, like I can probably do a fairly small description. Like what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the hackathon details on my website just because I like the ability to write markdown and I don't feel like configuring that right now. So we'll just we'll put those in here. But what I'm going to do here is we'll go into the hackathon itself. So we'll do events. Oh, I need to log in. October hackathon. View details to October. Hackathon. Okay, so I'm just going to link that up, and there's a few things that I need to do here. So like right now, this link won't actually work when I render it out. So the first thing I need to do is make sure there's the ability to add in some line breaks here. And then there's another tag that I use. Let's see, I'm actually going to go back to one of my old videos because I actually here, I can probably find it. So we'll do Django template tags. There's one that basically says if there's any links in here, go ahead and make it a real clickable link. Because when I'm here, like I can't click on that. I don't want people copying and pasting that. They should be able to click on it. So Django template tags for links. Okay, that's the way to search it. I literally just went through this. URL, yeah, it was like a URL tag, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. No, that's actually the. Here, I'm gonna go to one of my old videos and find it right now because I did a video on this and I don't remember what it was. Reference my own channel quite a bit, actually. So first of all, we actually do need this one right here. So we need a line breaks one just in case we add more space. So let's see, where was that? For the content. So we'll do line breaks. So basically it'll actually add in formatting. And then I think it's URL lies. So URL eyes like that. So what it's going to do is I think it looks for a www or HTTP. It basically uses like regex and it tries to see if there's any links in your text, and then it turns it into a link. So now you see that. Now you can actually click on it. So that's what it just did. So we'll have that, and then let's just go ahead and create the participants list now. Okay, so that solves it. And what I'm going to do here is I'll be lazy and I will go to the homepage. Okay, we'll just take this users list right here and we'll just literally just copy and paste it to the event. And let's see, starts and closes right there. That didn't work. Event participants.all. So we'll just have to go in here and do event.participants all like that. It's an easy fix. Here we go. Probably need to add in some space here. Yeah, there's like no space between them. That's pretty ugly. So let's do this. Let's actually go here and we'll add in a class here for sections. And then we'll just do margin 1 EM for top and bottom, and then 0 like that. So anywhere we put this class, we should have space here. So let's go ahead and make this a section. I should do that on the home page and here. Maybe we can do a little bit more. So let's do 2 EM maybe. I'll probably start putting that on more places too. Just throw in section. And we'll put that at the top too. And it looks like I didn't close off that div. All right. Okay. All right, that should do for now. That works. So let's just wrap this. Get the title in there. Give it a class of section. They're really not. Oh, there we go. Okay, so if I zoom out, let's go back to 100%. It looks a lot better. Cool, that's doable. We can survive on that. User account, so we have the registration. I'll probably fix this up a little bit later. The account, my events, my hackathons. Yeah, you know what? All I'm going to do is add in a section around them. That should be enough just to create some spacing. And then maybe we'll modify the profiles a little bit. So let's see, we'll do account. Let's see, my events. Already have a div here, so we'll just do class, section. Even wrap the title. Need to start watching some Kevin Powell courses. Get my CSS skills up there. Gary Simon stuff. I think he just came out with a new course, actually. Excited to see what it's about. Okay, so let's see. We have our users. If we go to a hackathon, we can see who's participating in it. Oh, that's why I was like wondering. I was like, why are the buttons not showing up here? So let's do this. Let's add in a line break between these two. So if you're already registered, let's add in some kind of like success color. Like let's just do text maybe, or we'll do text hyphen success. And that'll be a green color. And I just realized that's not where I wanted to add that. So let's see, if you've already registered, we'll just go ahead and throw that in right here. Okay, so let's see, we'll go back to our CSS and we'll put this in like global styling. Let's do bootstrap success green. Well, I want the hex to it, not the actual color. This will work. Steal that. Thank you very much. And let's also do this. Let's add a line break in one of these. Yeah, I'll just throw that at the top here, and that should automatically work. Is there a closing slash at the line break at the break tag? No, I guess there isn't. That ain't working. Okay. Not sure why it's not working. Oh, I I inlined them. I wrapped them in that, so now I don't know how to fix it without reformatting everything. Among Us says, thank you so much, Dennis. I built a bus tracking app for my college using Django and React.js. Without your videos, it would have been very difficult to implement past research and API. Thank you so much, Devik. That's awesome to hear. Thanks for letting me know, too. It's always amazing to hear that and get that feedback because I don't get it. So sometimes it feels like I'm talking to the wind. All right. Let's see. Why the heck? You know what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to add a pipe. It's going to be pretty hacky, but we'll just add in a double pipe like that, maybe a single pipe. Yeah, I mean, that's going to do for now for what we're trying to do. Again, CS, for anybody that watches this later and watches this from the beginning, CSS was not our intent. We just wanted to make it work. Well, actually, responsiveness is not my worry either right now. Let's go ahead and create some profile information. Let's see. You know what? I'm probably not going to worry about that. Yeah, let's go to the main priorities here. So let's jump back in here. UIDs, hosting, and static files. We just took care of static files, sort of, because there's some stuff that we need to do for hosting. UIDs. So what we're going to do here is we are going to scrap our database, and we need to modify this. And this is why I should have did this at the beginning. Forgot about it, and there's probably ways around it, but I'm not going to sit here and do the research. I got to get this thing launched. So let's see. And we'll add in password reset soon too, because I know people are going to forget their passwords. We've got to do that pretty quick. All right. So models. Let's see. I'm going to scrap all the migrations. There's commands for this where you can just flush the database, but like I said, I'm not going to sit there and try new things. I just know that this works, so I'll just hack it together. We don't have that much. We'll scrap every single migration, and then we'll delete the database. We'll remigrate it. We'll test it with SQLite, and then we're going to set up a Postgres database. Okay. Should get errors now. Let's try this. We'll go to models. I hope I didn't do something I'm going to regret. But let's do, how do I import UID? Where does it come from? Let's see. The theme for the VS Code is Tokyo Night. Here we go, import UID. So we import it, and then to use it, we're just going to do models.uuid field. Then you can set the encoding. Let's see if I can find another example. Actually, let's go to my old course. We'll just find it from there. Let's go to my profile. I think I did it in my Django 2021 course. I would imagine that I talked about this. Let's see, models, UUID, yep, got it. And then just do this. So we're just basically going to override the default model that Django, or the default ID field that Django has set up for this. And we're going to do that for every single model here, for every instance here. So unique, editable, false. Okay, cool. We're just going to do ID. And we should do this for every single field. What happened here? Oh. We should always try to use something like this. Guess we don't have that many models. All right, let's try migrating it. Let's see. Oh, there it worked. Nice. Heyo, nice. Okay, let's create our first super user. Manage.py, create super user. Oh boy, let's see what's going on here. Create super. Oh, it didn't spell manage.py or manage, right? All right, time for some testing. Let's see, we're gonna go back to the site. It's gonna be blank because we have no events. We'll log in. Please enter a password. Oh, I used a different password this time. Okay. Why is it none? Oh, because we never set up the username. I'll just do that from here. Okay, so that's working. What I'm going to do right now is I just took care of the UID field. So I'm going to create a real database. We'll deal with the environment variables. So I'll have to hide a few things here. What I'm going to do is put those in a file. This repo will be private until I take care of everything else. I am on a Mac, and this is my first time, well, not first time using Mac, but I've been using it for about a month, and I don't know how to set up environment variables yet. I haven't done it, and I don't want to sit here and do that research. So we'll put those in like a secrets.py file or something like that. There's other ways of doing it, but we're just going to hack something together. We'll post it live, let people start registering for the hackathon. I don't know if we'll open it or make it live today, but maybe tomorrow we'll do that. And then the hackathon will officially be announced tomorrow. So we'll start putting that together. Let's see, format. Okay, so hosting, let's go ahead and do this. So I'm going to use Railway to host this. So Railway is going to host my actual site and the database. So first, let's try to host the site. Let's start with that. So I'm going to create a new project here, deploy from GitHub. So what I need to do is first actually finish up a few things here. So I'm going to have issues with how my static files are being hosted. Right now, they're not ready for production yet. So there's a few things I need to take care of. The first one is I need to configure the URLs here. And I need to connect the static URLs for like the CSS file and such. Copy this. And we're going to also add in a path for media or a static URL. Static URL, and then static root. And static root is going to be something we configure in settings.py. So essentially, when we're ready for production, Django is not going to know about this static folder. We're going to basically tell Django where to look, and we're going to create a new file path for this. So we need to use something called static underscore root, which basically is going to run this command called collect static. That's going to bundle up all my files and shove them in there. That's going to be all my image files, CSS files, and so on. So these are all going to be put into a folder called static files. And typically when you push your project to production, like when I did this with Heroku, it did it automatically for me. But I am using Railway, and I'm not sure how to add in those build commands just yet. Just haven't looked into it. So we're just going to do this before we push it. So right now, I can run this command called python manage.py collect static. And we're going to see this folder called static files appear in our root directory when I run this. And here we see it. So bundled up all my static files. And we also need something called gunicorn and white noise when we push to production. So white noise helps us serve these static files. So there's different ways of doing that, but we're going to use white noise for this. So pip install white noise. So we're going to serve our static files directly from our application. In many cases, people use things like S3 buckets on AWS. There's many different ways. This is one of those ways of doing that. So we're going to take care of that. So let's look into white noise, and let's hope that pushing this to production works. So we're not having to deal with debugging too much. So let me run a pip install unicorn, G unicorn, whatever it is. Okay, and then we'll do pip freeze. Okay, we'll get that going. Let's see. We have G unicorn, pillow, white noise. We'll also need Psycho PG2, if that's how you say it. Pip install, because we're going to use Postgres, so we'll need to configure that. That's the database adapter between Postgres and our. Whoa, what did I just install? That does not look right. Let's see. Let me look this up. So I don't know what the heck that was. Close this. Why is it running so many installs? That doesn't look right, but we'll see. Oh man, you're just starting your Django journey? Nice. That's exciting. Okay. All right. Let's hope that didn't install a bunch of crap I don't need. So let's pick freeze. It looked like it didn't install it even. Let's try to grab this full install. What is it, broken or something? It's like installing every version of it. Maybe I probably should specify the version. What's the latest version of it? Psycho PG2 2293. Okay, it's not working right now. We'll try to just go past it. So at this point, we need a proc file. That's something we do need for this, for Railway. They actually had a Heroku adapter, and it looks like when they built Railway, they made it fairly similar to how Heroku deploys your files for your projects. So give me a second. I'm going to build out this proc file real quick. I guess I don't really need to build it out, but I just want to make sure I'm getting the details of what I need to put in here, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just paste something in here. So we want to make sure we run our migrations. And I actually copied this from another file. It's one I was working on today. And today the project is codebattle.wsgi. So we need to serve this up. Let's go ahead and create a GitHub repo and start deploying this thing. Allowed host. We also need that. So at this point, just while I'm testing it, I'm going to quickly set allowed host to all, because I don't have a real database. So there's no real issue if somebody tries to mess with this right now. And then I'll change it. So star, we'll just allow all endpoints, and then git status, git init. So we have to initialize the GitHub repo, git status, git add, git commit, first commit. Okay, so we just committed that. Let's go ahead and create that GitHub repo. And we're going to connect from GitHub. So we'll just do GitHub new code battle. That'll be the site name. Make that private for now. Create repository. Okay, we'll set the remote. git push -u origin master, and that should push the files up here. So if it looks like they're all done. If I refresh it. All right, so I have the files up on GitHub, and I should be able to deploy right now, and then we're gonna have to provision a Postgres database. So first of all, I'm gonna have to log into my GitHub account from Railway, give Railway access to this specific repo. And let's see. Code battle. So we just gave Railway access. Now we're going to deploy from GitHub. We're going to find code battle, deploy now. And let's see. You just committed. Did I really commit my env folder? Oh, I did. All right. We're going to have to create a git ignore in a second. Let's see. Git ignore. Git ignore. Can't even think at this point. And then I think it's just env, right? I should do it. I think all I need to do is put the file name in there. All right, well, let's see. It's going to try committing it, and then it'll probably fail anyways, and then we'll just redeploy. So right now it's building on Railway. It's going to generate a temporary domain for us, build an appointment management system. No plans for it yet, so I don't know. Update pip. It's so funny. Every time I have those errors, I'm sure it actually causes some issues, but it's so funny how much it bugs people to see that yellow alert. Yeah, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop this because it's probably an issue with the env file. Looks like Sulamita's back, making noise. I have to manually delete it. I just realized origin master will ignore on the next push. Dang it. Okay. Let's see. At that point of the stream, we're almost 5.5 hours in. You got a job offer yesterday? Wow, that's amazing. Thanks to me, you deserve the credit for that. I didn't do anything. Wonder if this is a bad way to do this. It's not the first time I've done that. Is it supposed to be before? No, that doesn't seem right. Let's see. Speedo developer, good morning from Nigeria. Good morning to you too. Naveen the goat. Let's see. Yeah, so it's the / comes after. The problem is I already pushed the files. I might just recreate the repo, and then I'll just have to reconnect it. Let's just do that. I'm going to scrap it. I'm just at that lazy point in the coding process. I'm just doing things manually. All right, and now I should be able to block it. So I'm just going to reinitialize my repo here. I might have to reinitialize it completely, but let's try to just set the new remote. How do you view hidden files in with a Mac? I'm just going to go ahead and delete the hidden files, but I don't know how to view them. I'm a Windows guy, so let's see. Okay, I'm just going to figure out how to delete the local repo. What the hell? I'm not going to that website anymore. All right. Anybody know how to delete a GitHub repo or how to view it? Let's see. Actually, we'll just do this. Mac view hidden files. Yeah, I guess I could have just looked that up. Show hidden files. Open your folder. Command Shift plus period. Let's try this. So Command Shift dot. Oh, there we go. Move to trash. All right, let's reinitialize it then. All right, let's hope it ignores the env file now. And I'll have to reconnect the Railway project too. Let's refresh it. Okay, nice. Ignored it. Okay, so it's Railway. Let's go back here. I'm just going to open up a new project and then I'll delete the extras. Deploy from GitHub, configure. Let's see. Code battle. Someone's saying try this to install CyclePG2. What am I trying? Yeah, I ran the exact command that I've always ran and what the documentation says. So unless you got something, I'd love to see it. See, I installed it, but it's not saving that. Oh, CyclePG binary. Let's try that later, yeah. Because I definitely need that. Deploy from GitHub. Let's see, code battle. Oh, it didn't. Okay, let's see the build. Wait for it. Try to zoom in so everyone can see. I wonder if it's trying to commit the original one because I thought I connected the new one. That shouldn't be the case. Yeah, that's okay. One moment. Your site will be live soon. Let's see. Let's go generate a live URL. Domain. Okay, so already got me one. Oh, perfect. The site is live. So whoever wants to test that out, just posted that in the chat. Okay, so we got that. So now it's time to, and don't register yet. I mean, I guess you could, but it's going to get deleted anyways. Your account is, because we still need to connect to a Postgres database. So let's try this. Requirements.txt. PsychoPG2. Let's go ahead and look that up again. Is Railway similar to Heroku? Yeah, fairly similar. Let's try the binary thing. Seems like it worked better. Okay. Let's do pip freeze. Hey, there it goes. Let's hope it's not different from CSRF failed on registration. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, let's try it. It seems like everyone's having the issue. Let's try registering again. Oh, and I need to turn off debug mode too. So let's put that in the notes. Turn off debug mode. And then Postgres database. Let's see, where was that URL? Close these out. Login, register. Let me try doing this from incognito mode so I can try to replicate what you all are going through. Let's try using Sulamita's name. Maybe throw the password. I'll zoom in so y'all can see a little bit more. CSRF failed. Why is that? I shouldn't fail. Login register. It's got a CSRF token. Origin check-in failed. Web production does not match any trusted origin. Oh, that's really? I have to deal with course configuration for this? It seems like a course configuration error. So let's try this. Django cores. I didn't realize I had to do that for this. Let's try this. Let's try Django cores header. Let's see if this fixes it. Okay, so pip install Django cores headers. Okay, pip freeze. Sure it's in there. Okay, cool. All right, now we're just going to add a cores header in our middleware. And then we'll just set allow all origins. So let's see if this fixes it. If anything, I'll find the solution right now. We'll debug it together. And I just realized that I configure white noise here. How are the static files working? That shouldn't be the case. Yeah, that's it. We'll get there. Yeah, I try to sleep, but not too well. Someone's asking if I sleep. Okay, let me try to finish this up. What's up, Slamita? I got Slamita mocking me. Show your face. What are you doing laughing at me? You're waiting for me to be done, aren't you?
No, because it's true, you don't really sleep.
I didn't realize it was already 10:30. Okay. It's another one of those things where something's working and I don't know why, and now it's scaring me. Yeah, let me configure white noise while I'm here because that's gonna bug me. Okay, already installed white noise. Security middleware, white noise. Oh, that's funny. Pretty sure I tried to do it and just got it wrong. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, allow origins. Let's see. Cores header. Cores allow origins. I think it's supposed to be allow all origins. Here we go. I think it's this one. All right. Let's see. Get status. We're going to be bad developers and not put on any notes in the commit. This will remove the git. What do you mean? Oh, can't see the screen. All right. Okay. Git push dash u. Railway by default already has automatic deployments set up. Let's see, it should be deploying right now. If you all can, I'm going to share the link again. If you can test it, it's a SQLite database. So if it does register, remember that this isn't the one that you'll have to register again because it's going to get scrapped. Because I'm just trying to see if everything works in production before we try to actually have people register for it. Then we'll fix up the entire site because it looks like complete crap right now. Okay, so I'm going to share the link in the chat and I'm going to test it myself. Let's see if that fixes CSRF token issue. Okay, I'm going to register, log in, go to register, try Solomita again. My brain is not working right now. Can't think at all. See, okay, let's see. Origin checking, CSR verification failed. Let's just look into this. So I've dealt with this before. I just can't think of it. Okay, not working. Let's see. Throw in Django. I didn't feel like it was a CSRF thing. Okay, CSRF verification aborted. Forbidden. This. Okay. You need to add a CSRF token to the template tag as a child in a form of the element. Okay, I already have that. This way, the template will render hidden elements with value set CSRF token. When the Django server receives a form request, Django will verify that the token matches the value as a rendered form. This is necessary to ensure post request check. Okay, here's it over. All right. Are we not doing that? What am I getting wrong here? Login, register. I wonder. No, that shouldn't be the case. I'm almost thinking the fact that I have two forms on here that both have a CSRF token. I wonder if that's the issue, but it shouldn't be the issue. You added chorus header in the wrong series. Maybe it seems like maybe I did. Let's see. It should be at the top, right? Chorus, because it specifically says, oh, okay. Edit your settings UPY file and add white noise. No, that's white noise, not chorus. Let's see. CORS header middleware. It specifically says to put it in the highest place possible. Let me try to zoom in so everyone can see it. It specifically says make sure to add the trailing comment where you might. Okay, yeah, I got that. CORS middleware should be placed at the highest possible, as high as possible, especially before any middleware that generates responses. Also, if you're using CORS, replace. No, okay. I don't think this is CORS should be added just above common middleware. But what? Okay, but it specifically says, and I've done it like this before, so I mean, I'll try everything, but oh, I see. So I don't know if it's a solution, but let's try just to add it directly above common middleware. So common middleware. Add CSRF trusted origins. Okay, let me try this other one first, and then we'll see. Oh, Francesco. See Francesco in the chat. And it's Dennis, not Danny Francesco. You keep calling me that. Okay. Let's do get status again. To be streaming tomorrow morning. And I don't know if I'll do it now. Let's see if we can get this launched, hopefully. Okay, git push -u origin master. Let's see, where was the other one? No worries, Francesco. This teasing. Add core. Did I not add it to installed apps? Oh man. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I don't think I did. Let's give this a shot. No, I did not. Yeah, that would be a problem. All right, get status. Try this again. Commit. How does somebody notice that? Okay. Let's see. Should be deploying. Yeah, you totally got that one. It does need to be in installed apps, at least according to the documentation. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Did I freeze it, or is it in requirements.txt CORS headers? Yeah. Pillow. White noise. Looks like we're all good with that. All right, I'm gonna try it first, and then let's see. It deployed, right? Okay. Just keep using Salamika's name. Register. Oh, wait. Screen share is off? What are you talking about? I'm literally sharing my screen right now. Someone messing with me? They're probably watching the stream and had it like pause and then start it up again. When I. Oh, Jesus Christ. see, template, CSR. Okay. In general, this occurs when there's genuine cross-site. Okay. For post forms, you'll need to ensure your browser is accepting cookies. The view function passes a request to the template render method. Yeah, I did that. Let's see. Let's confirm it. All right. View register. Can't imagine that I would have forgotten that, but everything's a possibility. Request, yeah. Okay. In the template, there is a CSRF token template tag. See, the thing is, it works when I'm in localhost, and it wouldn't if I didn't have that tag. The error would have happened there. So login register CSRF underscore token. You are not using CSRF view middleware. If you are not using CSRF, then you must use CSRF protect on any views that use a C. Hold on a second. If you're not using CSRF view middleware, is that not automatically in there? Why would I didn't explicitly remove it, but I will look into that right now. CSRF view middleware. I am using it. Yeah, CSRF view middleware right there. And was it above or below common middleware? I'm going to move this over. Okay, let's just cores middle. Hold on a second. Where did I? Okay, cores. Did I not add cores headers? Yeah, that's added right here. In fact, I'll create some space just to make sure we can see it. Try this, try trusted. So I did that. Cores allow all origins, true. Trusted origins, let's see. This is awesome having people help though. Okay. Middleware class. Okay, with this feature enabled, you should also add cores middleware. Oh, wow. It looks like this might be the fix right here. So it's because I did allow all origins. Okay, and where are they showing to put it? CSRF middleware. This might be the solution. No, hold on a second. Did I get the wrong one? Django cores headers. CSRF view middleware. Bring it above white noise again. Okay, hold on. Okay, cores middleware. Okay, cores headers middleware CSRF middleware. Cores headers CSRF. Yeah, got it. Okay. Django middleware CSRF view middleware. Okay, I'm just like mixed up now. Okay, just give me a second. Cores, did you add it above white noise? Let's try to throw white noise down somewhere. Let's see if I can. Hope it doesn't. Okay, you know what? I think this one right here should be the fix, though. If I just make this the trusted origin and that's it. So maybe I shouldn't do allow all. So CSRF underscore. That was actually in the documentation, so I'll just use that. That should be, I believe, a list. And I can throw in this railway URL. Yeah, because it looks like the issue is happening because I'm using allow all. Abrel, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. I think you're right, because it's basically saying if I do allow all, I need extra configuration, and I didn't add that required configuration, and there's just a lot to look through. So I figured if I specify the allowed origin, as long as I didn't mess up the middleware classes, let's just go through those real quick. Let's see, where does white noise sit? And white noise shouldn't have an impact. It's not has nothing to do with security, so it shouldn't have an impact on anything. I hope. Okay, right here. So we have Django middleware, sessions middleware, cores header, white noise, common middleware. All right, let's try it. If it works, then I will share this link and we'll test it together, and then I will connect the Postgres database. Application error. Okay, let's see. Let's try to refresh it. Sometimes this stuff is just funny. Okay, let's just close this. I think I need to add it to allowed host too. Okay, so it works here, doesn't work in incognito mode. Oh, no, it does. All right. Okay, log in, register. Heyo, it worked. All right, let's test this link, and then I will hook up the Postgres database. So thank you all for the help. Well, I was going to say you were right, but there's multiple people that got it right. But yeah, let's just test it, register, and then let's click the Postgres database. Let's get this part going. Get the environment variables set up. I don't think there should be an issue if I just put the password. Here, let me look up how to set up the Python env stuff. Yeah, you know what? Here, while you all are testing it, let me refresh it. Nice. Someone's registering. Cool. I mean, not much. We're not going to see much anyways right now, so we'll fill these in. Cool. It's kind of cool. It'd be cool to make this in real time. Like I said, when you register, your name will be removed because this is an SQLite database. So we're going to have to we'll have to redo all of this. I'll add the events. This will be the official event registration for the October hackathon. So exciting stuff. You'll be able to modify your profile. We'll get a designer to actually design this thing because it looks horrible right now. We'll fix this thing. Cool. Really cool. All right. So let's do this. It's going to be a private repo, so it's not public. I will create a database right now. We'll just do secrets. UI. Let's see, how am I going to do this? Just make sure I can import it, and then we'll configure that. So, code battles, settings. See if people are registering. Kind of cool to see that. Nice. Something exciting about building it and then seeing it be used. Nice. Okay. Like I said, we'll get a real database. You'll have to sign up again if you want to participate. Secrets import test. Don't even. Yeah, that should work like that. All right. Let's do test. I know there's somebody probably watching freaking out that I'm doing it this way, but we're just going to get this done and then fix it later because I need to get some sleep. Okay, cool. It's working. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to go ahead and create a database. And we're going to get this thing rolling. So Flying Shop is the environment. I'll have to create a Postgres database. So we'll provision a Postgres database. It's going to give us one. We'll have to make it a premium one so it's sped up. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to hide some of these environment variables. But I'm actually going to remove it from screen. So give me a second. I'm going to grab the environment variables because by default, Railway already gave me all this stuff. So we're just going to get the user information, and then we'll connect it. Okay. I know it's not sharing the screen, so I have my Discord server. It's linked up on my website, I think. You can join there. I see people asking about it. I'm just hiding the stuff right now, so bear with me. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to jump to one of my old projects, and we will go through it and use that as an example to connect a Postgres database. Okay, so secrets.py is going to be hidden right now. Like I said, if I accidentally expose anything, I will just delete this database, but it should be fine. It's all private. We'll take care of it probably right after the stream. Make sure not to upload any secrets to GitHub. Yeah, we'll figure that out right now. We'll take care of it. Let's see. So I'm going to share the screen right now. So the repo is private. Like I said, I'll modify. I'll put everything into environment variables right after. But for now, what I need to do here is, here's my environment variables. These are all hidden, so you can't see these, but this is what I'm referencing right now. This is where you can add in all your own custom environment variables. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and go into settings.py. And let's see. I need to go here and look at this database. So where we have the SQLite database, somewhere here. What the hell is it? Right here. Okay. So we have databases, and essentially we're just going to change this. So this is going to be PostgreSQL. So we need to change the engine, and then I'll go to my GitHub account. Thank you all. Appreciate that. And always happy to hear about the jobs. That's awesome. Okay. I will share the GitHub link after I hide secret keys and all that. I will make it public. I just need to finish up a few things, make sure it's not vulnerable to anything, and then we'll make it public. Just give me a second. I need to. So what I'm going to do here is go to my Django 2021 course. I actually just need to go to my profile. Okay, Django 2021 in here. This is the database connection. So what I need to do is modify everything. So essentially with the Postgres database or SQLite database, you don't need a lot of those you don't need a lot of those credentials. There's no like password or anything like that to it. So let's see, people are checking out the live URL. That's funny. Okay, so somewhere here. Really? Oh, okay, here we go. So I need a user, password, and engine, which we already set as PostgreSQL. So I'm going to take these credentials here, and we're just going to modify a few things. Okay, got that right. So the name here is going to be, let's see, from secrets import. What do I call those? Let me just remove this from the screen real quick. Oh no, it wasn't this one. Give me a second. I just want to be careful here. In fact, I'm just going to update a few things and then I'll show it to you. Okay, talk amongst yourselves. Just changing some values here. Okay. So we have the name user. So we also need the user. So that's under after name. And then we need the port. Making sure I'm making all the imports correctly without accidentally showing them. Okay, so this, oh no, that's the wrong thing. Where did it go? Here it is. So this should be my new connection. So I imported all these things and then PG port, PG host, PG password, PG user, and PG database. So right now with this, I should be able to run some migrations again. Yeah, I know how to, like, I'm going to set that up. I don't know how to do it with with a Mac. Like, this is why I don't like switching to new environments. I'm going to set this up right after, and I know how to do that in Railway. So I will use, we'll use an OS environment, and then we'll get that taken care of. But right now, let's just try this Python manage .py migrate. Saving this. Is it from .secrets maybe? No such file path. All right. Bear with me for a couple seconds here. Okay, so it's not configuring everything. Let me try going back to that SQLite database. For some reason, either my imports aren't working or I don't know, something's not working. We'll figure it out. Won't even run the server right now. Manage spelling this. Oh, is it really? Oh, that's so dumb. Yeah, that's like me to make a mistake like that. Okay. Give me a second. You're right. I totally misspelled it. So funny how you notice that. I don't catch it. Okay, so should be good to go. Run this migration, and this migration is going to modify my live production level database. Okay, so right now it says I have unapplied migrations because I'm pointing to Postgres database. So right now, if we go to Railway, if we go to data, right now I have no tables. There's nothing in here. So we're just going to run a migration, and then it will build out the tables, and then we'll have a real database to add stuff to. So Python manage.py. Let's clear this first, actually. On manage.py. So it's going to find this database that's all attached here, and then migrate. And give it a second. It's applying the migrations. And let's refresh it. Look at that. All the tables are here. So now the live URL is still connected to that other one. So I have to push this one, and then I'm going to set up the environment variable. So no one will be able to see this just yet. Let's go to that live URL to my project here. Look at that. So these are all the people that registered. This is all idiot. We're gonna whoever registered is gonna have to register again soon in a second. So let's go ahead and push these changes. In fact, let's try doing this. Actually, do the environment variables right now. I think it was os.environ Get, right? Doing this right. Let me try this real quick. So I'm not going to push secrets, and then just look up how to use environ. Ask if Mac's better for coding. I mean, it depends. I don't really like it, but I'm trying to get used to it. This got its benefits for sure. So let's see. os.environ. I think this should do. And this right here should read my environment variables within Railway. All right, there goes nothing. Someone says Mac is best. I don't agree. Okay, it's deploying. I might have to upgrade my Railway account, make sure it's all sped up. Thank you, PyTech Solutions. All right. All right. Now you can register and we'll modify the site. So I hope there's no glaring holes in this. I won't make the code public yet until I can verify a few things, but let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to log in. Oh, debug mode. Got to set that, but I can make that in another push. So debug will be set to false. I'll leave it and then I'll change it in the next push. All right. So, here, let me change the URL. So let's not use this URL. Give me a second. Don't do anything just yet. Module secret system. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Okay. So what I'm gonna have to do is modify this. So I'm gonna say code battle, and this will be the new domain, temporary domain, and then I will make a. We'll actually. So it's not gonna work right now because I need to add this to allowed host. What the hell? It worked. Oh, that's because I did allowed. So the CSRF token won't work right now. So we'll just go ahead and add this to the list. So don't do anything just yet. Give me a second. Allowed host. I'll remove the /. Set debug mode to false. Oh, was somebody calling me names? Oh, I'm pretty sure they're just having fun with it, but that's it doesn't bother me one bit. I don't really take words like that seriously. That, and I'm assuming they're joking too, but it's all right. Okay, let's see us deploying. Attribute error at login module secret has login page throws error. So it seems okay. Let's figure this out right now. Take it. Ugh. All right, we're gonna turn debug mode off and let's find this error. All right. Set up the local environment and let's just delete secret. We'll solve it right now. There wasn't any build fails during the deployment process. Let's view the logs and watch it get built. So it seems like there's a few people getting the same thing with the login page. Yeah, like we haven't added any error handling and stuff like that, so we'll have to see what's going on there. Okay, let's go to the repo and see. I left. I did not realize I did that. I had it as a public repo. Well, let me hide that real quick. That was really stupid of me. All right, let's see how long I can go with this before we run out of energy. Okay, application error. I just finished dealing with this issue. And I'm trying to figure out what it was. I don't remember what it was. All right. We might have to go with this. Go at this tomorrow. Okay, let's look up the issue. Do I have to add in HTTPS maybe in the allowed host? Oh, code battle real way up. Okay, here we go. We have a crash in our deployment. Let's read it. Frozen. Bootstrap set PG. Cannot import PG. Let's look up railway. All right, let's see. Is there something specific I need to do with the environment variables? Okay, you can view all environment variables from your current environment with railway vars and change the environment variables with railway environment. Okay, so you got your credentials. That might have been a stupid import error. Yeah, I'll get some rest in a minute. Just, see what I can resolve while I'm here. Definitely change those. I'll definitely change the password and connection to the database, though, since I did that on a public repo. Actually, I want to figure out what that issue is. Attribute error login module. Secrets has no attribute choice. That doesn't make sense. Okay, let's watch the build logs. Okay, is your app correctly listening on? See, that's one of my frustrations, and I don't want to represent railway, but when you deal with a smaller, not smaller, but a newer organization, you end up running into these things and these unexplained things right here. So it's like you got your port. And again, it could be just my ignorance and not understanding it fully, but I literally finished reading up on this and I couldn't remember what it was, but it had nothing to do with an actual port like this. Like it's just, let's see. Before your application can say hello, Railway needs to know your IP and port that your application is listening on in order to expose it to the internet. Okay, the easiest way to get your port up and running. Oh shoot! Wow, thank you. I really appreciate that. Seriously, thank you so much. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, Yappa here. Give me a shout out. I learned Fast API because of you from that one stream where I built out an API. Good morning, Mohammed from India. Usma. Good morning to y'all. All right, let me finish up this thing. So railway services don't obtain a domain automatically, but you'll be notified to set one up as soon as it's detected. Okay, this domain provide. Okay, that's not the same thing as a port. Okay, Command plus K and type in. Alternatively, you can manually override the port environment variable by adding port to your project's variables page. Yeah, it's not that descriptive. I mean, again, it's a newer service. It's just something that naturally you deal with. Okay. Did it really crash? What's this error about? Okay, Django 4.0. See it. It's almost like an error happens and it doesn't know what to do, so it just shoves out any kind of error. I'm wondering why Dennis is not using his local machine. Because I'm using a Mac and I'm usually on Windows, so I hate Mac so bad. All right, let's see. The values of CSRF trusted origin setting must start with a scheme, usually HTTP. Or HTTPS, but found code battle. Really? Did I not provide that? I literally have it right here. Because trusted origins should be able to read multiple. So if it doesn't read one, it should read the other, right? Django cores. Yeah, Paul's 100% right. That's exactly it. It's just going to bother me, and I don't get sleep if I don't solve it right away. That's literally exactly how it works. Okay, yeah, I should be able to do multiple endpoints. Maybe I can whitelist some cores original. Okay, previously that was the original last row add HTTPS. Okay, so yeah, that is, you're right, but maybe if that domain doesn't exist, that's why it causes it, because I have it right here, and then I did a version of this without that. I just can't imagine that would cause the issue. Yeah, it's definitely the issue. I'm just surprised. I thought maybe I thought it would be like allowed host where you can do multiple, where it's like it gives you options, because it is a list. Like, wouldn't they just iterate through them and then just find the valid one? Yeah, Alfred saying normally deploy a template. When you deploy it. I know how stressful Railway can be when you deploy a repo. Yeah, I mean, we had it working. That's the thing. Like, that's it almost seems like the issue. Well, the issue happened when I changed the domain, so it probably is this allowed origins issue. And we also set up our environment variables, but no, it still worked then. So it's like, oh shoot, I added a comma behind .get. You added it behind get. Shoot, did I really? Oh. So it's like we got it working. So it must be this section right here. I'm just surprised by that, but yeah, we'll give it a couple of seconds, and in theory, it should work now. But I've said that before. Yeah, we'll make this thing awesome, and we'll have a lot of fun with this next hackathon. We'll make sure everyone can link up their socials, so all you guys that are a part of it can connect with each other, find each other from previous hackathons, because it's like you're all in the Discord server, but it's not the same sometimes. All right, what did I do differently from now? Okay, let's go to the account. Can add multiple, but only with one protocol. Oh, there we go. Heyo, it worked. All right. Let's have people register right now, and let me see what I can do. I mean, maybe this gives me some motivation. I'll go get a drink of water and see if I just go through the night. We're at 6 hours and 34 minutes. I could set up an S3 bucket. I could focus on styling, because I would love to actually see everyone's faces when they register. Oh, that's what I need to do. Let me first of all, I should set debug mode to false. That's when the last error happened. Go ahead and register. The link is provided. Oh, I never created a super user. Here, let's see. Nice. So what I could do here, I'll just go through the registration process just like everyone else, and then I'll just go into the database and modify my attribute. because I haven't set up the environment variables locally. So let me register. Let's try it. Dennis IV11. No one take my email or username. Enjoy this crappy site for now. Yeah, there's no error handling. Like I said, if you do stuff wrong, that's the unfortunate part. It won't tell you what happened. Please tell me somebody didn't take my username. Son of a... Did somebody take my username? I will just go to the database and override it. Or is that me? Oh, nice. Okay. Awesome. I'm logged in. Maybe we can add some error handling and styling. Let's I saw another donation. No. I was a super sticker. Thank you. I'm not sure how that works even, but thank you so much. Appreciate the support. I think the first thing we need to do is add in some error handling and like those flash messages. I think before we even start styling it, because people are going to register and we need to make sure things are working properly. But I do need to set up environment variables locally, though. That's kind of an issue too, because then I can't really work on it. Let's see. Awesome. Oh, let me make the here. Let's go into our Railway database or Postgres database on Railway, and let me create the hackathon. And whoever wants to can register for it right now. An early bird special. I don't know what you win with it, but let's do Railway. And if it's slow, I'll have to upgrade everything here. So, I'm going to Postgres database. So here I can go into the actual tables. So we'll do base user. No, that's Django sessions, content submissions. Right? We're using this database. Base user groups. Oh, base user. Here we go. And that table should not be empty. All right. Let's see. Why can't I see my database items? Can you do a REST framework retrieve data from models? Can you do REST framework retrieve data from models and types of filtering? Yeah, I'm going to be doing that tomorrow during the live stream if I still end up doing that. I'm just really confused on how I have this site up here, but I don't. So there's clearly data in the database. If I'm missing something here, I just want to go in and change a user status right now. Control Shift R, try doing a hard refresh. That's weird. Yeah, so base user right here. So we have the users table and it says it's empty. That's username, first name. I'm trying to think of what can this. Railway allows me to run commands directly from here, no? Oh, shit. Let me just try to close this out and restart it. So I'd really like to create the event today and have people register. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, it is a nice dashboard. I see someone talking about that. For some reason, though, I just can't. Oh, here we go. Okay, cool. So just a lag. So if we go to base, oh, why does the user table show as empty? Sessions. It just saw data. Might be just like a, I don't know, lagging glitch or something. You all saw that, right? There was just data. Yeah, I guess we can wait up a little bit. Look at the users table. You think so? SQL injection? No, I don't think so. The site's working. I mean, no one's. Yeah, it won't work. So that's, again, somebody asked me earlier if Django's secure. Like that's, so there's this OWASP, I believe, is an organization that measures security, web security, basically, like all these attacks and all that. And cross-site scripting was one of the top attacks. It used to be like number 3 or 2 in like 2010, and it's like number 7 now. It doesn't work as well because a lot of frameworks are getting really good at finding that. Like right now, like you see somebody's trying to run this script right here. That's not going to work. Django cleans that data and basically stringifies it. It won't work. There's a lot of the frameworks take care of that, basically, like that form validation. A lot of that stuff really does a good job of making sure that that can be done. Like now, if you're hand coding it, that's one of the advantages of using a framework, is that you get the benefit of years of experience of people fixing these issues. Someone's asking, what's the difference between XSS and SQLite, or XXS and SQL injection? I couldn't break it down for you, honestly, at this point. SQL injection is when you directly can run an SQL command, I believe, like straight up modifying the database, and XS is a cross-site scripting attack, and it's basically, again, what this person is trying to do right here, I believe. You're basically throwing in code and trying to run it on the front end. But yeah, let's see. Let me check out this dashboard. Why is it not? Yeah, you all saw that. So it's just a delay. I really wish I can see it now, because I'd love to be able to go through it and show you the data. Okay, so right here, which table is this? Content type. So we clearly see data in here. Okay. Is it really? Am I connecting to a different database? I'm confused. Just a different instance? There's clearly data in here. Joe Biden. Okay, well, I don't know much of what I can do then if it's delaying me like this. Either I'm missing something, or it's just lagging. I'll share the GitHub repo link later. So SQL injection is code front end. XSS, something to do with coming from the other side. I actually think it's the other way around. But yeah. Yeah, I don't want to share the repo just yet, because I do want to work on it a little bit and make sure everything's set up correctly, that I don't have anything, majorly exposed. Okay, so hold on a second. We have tables, base. Yeah, so we have the base app, so I can see that. I see the event table, base submission, session. Yeah, I might give up on it temporarily. I still see people registering, registering to the site. I just want people to register to the events right now. Okay. Let me just check how the connection to base looks. Okay, let me try to set up some environment variables locally. Maybe I can do that. And okay, I guess I can do some research on railway. So railway, let's just do modify. Really don't feel like doing this from the terminal. Okay. Service variables are provided whenever you build railway run. Together, these variables form a railway environment. Each database service provides the necessary environment variables needed, such as database URL, blah, blah. Okay. So you get the raw editor. Oh, I think I can find it like this and modify it. Let me try doing this. I want to modify it and then I'm just gonna move it off screen because I don't want anybody to see that. Okay, I saw this somewhere. I think it was in settings. Connect. I'm just having it open on the other side to make sure nothing's exposed. I just can't remember how to get to this section right here. I thought it was in the settings area, but yeah, I think I might be done for today, all, and we'll I will try to fix everything and then hopefully get this done by announcement time. If I don't have time to stream tomorrow, maybe I can fix it, take some time off, and then get this thing going, set up all the events, and finish up a lot of these things. But yeah, I think I'm done with it. Cool. I appreciate y'all watching. We're almost 7 hours into the stream. Matt and Nix, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, that'd be a little bit harder to explain. Wouldn't be able to explain that right now. I was planning to stream tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, 9 or 10, but I don't know if I'll do that now. So that's about 10 hours from now. I might be streaming. I'll make an announcement if I am. But yeah, just follow me on Twitter. That's where I'll make announcements. I try not to post too much on YouTube communities. It feels like it almost has a negative effect on the channel sometimes if I post from there. I don't know why, but yeah, I guess YouTube's just not the place to make announcements, and I don't have like an email list or anything like that. But yeah. Okay, that's gonna be it for this one. We'll catch up with y'all later. Stay tuned. Again, follow me on Twitter or LinkedIn. I'll try to make announcements there. Take care.